5. That's not good. Start over. Bam. What's up, Nick? About time. I've been working all day. Screw you. I literally just got home. Um, Welcome in. I literally have been outside in this blasted heat wave for all freaking day. Got home, took a shower, and turned the computer on. Like, that's how the day's gone so far. I've been waiting to hear you take on the war video for 5 hours. Okay. That makes me interested. I'm a little worried and nervous, and we'll see what we got, right? We got that loading. Um, I have a lot of stuff I need to do today because I don't want to play. I don't want to play MSF on Friday. So the goal here is to do all of the stuff we have to do this week, which is gonna be we're busy. We'll try to be productive. One thing in particular, I'm really curious to hear what you think. I honestly have. You're gonna get fresh take, Nick. I haven't even like peeked at it. Literally haven't been on. I did see JD sent me a DM with those two codes, so let's do that right now. We're gonna do some multitasking while it's loading. Royalty, I'll read your message here in a second. Hold on. Nightbot. Also welcome in. Man, I'm tired today, guys. I'm sorry. I hope my energy's okay. We'll see how tonight goes. It's definitely a long day. When it's just this hot, it like just doing things saps the energy out of you. Like, it seriously does. Okay, so we have Wartech, July Boost, X-Men, and a bunch of crap. Could I get rid of all the crap codes? What do you guys think? Earth's Mightiest Day is probably done, right? Deadpool's maybe still going. I bet these crap codes are done. I bet June's done too. Clean them up. I have a feeling they're done. What do you guys got going on? Okay, I owed Royalty a message. So excited for the brand new day campaign. Lots of blue gear. Not being sarcastic, my alt really needs it. Badly needs it. Well, they did say it was for new players, right? Though I swear Rem kind of pointed that it might be for like catch up for others, but I'm not sure. Eternals rework and Gilgamesh is coming. Someone said Selma Hayek character. Who's Selma Hayek's character? Okay, I gotta Google this. Hold on. Oh, also the Doom trailer came out today. We won't watch it yet, but I will watch it. It's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about it. Who's Arrows? I forget which one that is. Yeah, the Doom trailer came out this morning. I saw that. Which the Doom trailer looks fabulous. Selma Hayek. Oh, is this the speedster? Eternal. Who is she? Oh no, this is Ajax. Oh, Ajax super cool. So we're getting the tech guy and Ajax. We're getting Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is the tech guy, right? If those are the two we're getting, that's awesome. Definitely excited for those two. Who's the fifth? Do we know the fifth? Is it a normal team? Do we know? No. Okay, Gilgamesh is the power punch guy. Boo! I don't want him. The one I want is who's the tech guy in Eternals? That's the one I want. I think he's the cool one. Fastos. I want Fastos. Yeah, that's the one. I want him. I hope we get him too. Yeah, Gilgamesh is the strong guy. I think, and I wonder if, and I'm sure people want ZKG with the raid. Thanks, ZKG. Welcome forever, Overraiders. I appreciate you bringing everybody over. Whoa, who's that guy, guys? Hold on. We appreciate ZKG bringing everyone. Let's shout out ZKG real quick. But I noticed a name in chat that I haven't seen in a very long time. I thought you fell off the face of the planet. I thought you might have gotten snapped. So thank you, ZKG, for bringing everybody over. Welcome in, Bendable Straws. We all thought you vanished and no longer existed in this world. Thought you might have gotten Thanos snapped. We weren't quite sure. So welcome in, welcome in. Hyperion. I hope it's not Hyperion. I'll be completely honest. The long lost Bendy. You were battling Thanos and snapped myself back. Damn. Bendy's strong, guys. I'm sure the chair played a huge role in it. Oh, we're dumb. Welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate everybody coming over. We got a long stream tonight, guys. I'm gonna try to be high energy. We'll see. I want to make some videos. I haven't talked about the news from last week, and I want to get it all like compiled together. I also have some news that I don't know if people know yet or not. We'll talk about that, and which was more clarity to something I already talked about. And I guess there's a war video that I haven't even participated in. There's a Doom trailer that I definitely want to like engage with because I think it's really freaking cool, and I definitely think it has Marvel Strike Force tie-ins. So I guess there's an Eternals leak or something. I don't know how that's coming to be, but the Eternals are freaking cool too. So that'll be fun. So there's a lot of cool things right now. MSF still hasn't loaded, by the way. I did buy Rachel, by the way, yesterday. We'll talk about that too. I did buy offers. I'm not super happy with them. Thank you for the subscribe. Really appreciate you, crap. You're awesome. Welcome in, welcome in. Everything helps, guys. I appreciate it. We are. Oh, by the way, there's a whole lot of you guys here right now. If you guys haven't, go to my YouTube. I think I can shout out my YouTube. If you haven't, hit that subscribe button on the YouTube. The YouTube is so close to being monetized. It would really help, guys. I think the YouTube does it. Yeah. If you guys haven't gone there, go check it out. I'm posting all of the VODs there. We post probably 3 to 5 videos a week. Mostly of things I'm pretty interested in, so hopefully you guys are too. And every little bit helps. We are like sub 150 subs from it, which has come up a lot over the last couple months. So if you guys could help me out, hit that button, click it. Definitely helps out a lot with getting that channel online. So please do. So we're gonna wait on this to load. I think we're probably gonna jump into stuff pretty quickly. I want to see this war video because I need to react to it and figure out what it's all about. That's probably a solo video by itself. We'll kind of interact with it. I want to make more content this week because I want to start thinking about that, right? Happy Avengers Doomsday pre-sale tickets? Yeah, it's gonna be good, Skinny Matthew. I'm excited. Doomsday is probably the movie I'm more excited for this year. I'll be completely honest. I really like Doom. So, pretty dang excited for that. Can this game load, please? I am in the market for Julia, but not the chain offer, by the way. You're more excited for the Hand movie? Let's go. Oh, man. The Hand movie is fabulous. So, okay, we got codes updated. What else do we need to do? Do we need to post them in Discord? Hold on, let me look at my alliance. Oh, let's go post stuff real quick. You guys are so fast at raiding out and bringing people over. I wasn't ready. Let me go post real quick for all of the places I normally post. I do plan to get you guys I want to get you guys a Discord going because I've had more and more people asking for like my infographics and things. So we're gonna start getting that closer. I don't know if it'll be this week, but it's high on my list now. So that is good news. We got that. Let's go post in the Bears chats. That way they know we're live. And live stream. Alright, we got that. We got Marvel Strike Force. Hugely Gilgamesh. Boilon. What else is in here? Crucible from J-Ro. Can't Skip. Hidden Reworks from Gideon. So how does everybody know the Eternals are coming? Is it a data mine? Do people know? No, I don't pre-order that crap. Skinny Matthew, I'm in a town where you don't have to do that. We're good. Yeah, I think I did those codes. Let's check. I sent you a screenshot of it. Let me see what you did, JD. I had a whole lot of DMs and I haven't answered most of them. Oh, it is a data mine. All right. So let's go ahead and just... Is that the only part of the... Let's get that open because we're going to need to talk about that. I'm going to close that part. We can go ahead and... Actually, I'd like to do the codes a little differently. Let's go do the codes right now. And we'll go record that, because we're going to need that later anyways. Is this game just not loading? We're just going to sit at 97% for forever. Alright. The game needs a break too. It's tired. It's been a long, hot day. Data mines in strike spot. Oh, the Eternals are also in the strike spot. Ooh, okay, good. They kept showing the Kestrel statue. No, that's super interesting, Bendy. Kestrel statue might really indicate that they are going to rework most of the Mythics this year. It's very possible. I think okay. We kind of went back, and a couple streams ago, we went back. Rage and made a video, and he kind of put check marks on all the things that we've already kind of gotten already. There's one in particular that hasn't gotten a check mark yet, and that's Doctor Strange's comic. Doctor Strange's comic points towards Dormammu and Clea. It points towards Dormammu and Clea. I also think Ultron is on the table for a rework. If Kestrel's also on the table for a rework, I think that really... And Doom's out there. Doom's also out there, but we don't know what it really is for, right? Yeah, she's also a DD1 prize. Yes. So there's a high chance right now that the Mythic characters are slotted for places. Now, they may be standalone characters. They may be for teams. We don't really know, but that's really good news. And this fits the narrative that they've been spinning, right? They've been slowly adding more and more like they're reworking almost all the legendaries. I think by the end of the year we'll have almost all the legendaries touched, or at least by the end of the end of the saga, right? Have you watched 97's newest episode? No, don't talk about that yet. Please. I am excited for 97, but 97 came out what, today? When did 97's new episode come out, Kit Fisto? I think it was today, right? So that's a little early for us to kind of dig into that yet, I think. New raids could be skill team. There's a lot to digest with raids. We have no idea what's actually coming there, right? Did you see the X-Jack Hallmark? No. Is it in? If it's in the video, we have not watched it yet. I'm behind. I'm way behind. I haven't even logged in for the day, so we need to do some dailies. I'm sorry, guys. Once we're done with dailies... Oh, okay, I know. Once we're done with dailies, we'll go claim codes, so that I can get them... So that I can make a little VOD thing for it real quick. And then we will go watch stuff. Because there's lots of things to watch. 7:15. Oh, you're talking about last week's episode. I have seen that one. There should be one this week, right? Oh, really? It sells the theme song? That's kind of cool. Okay, let me roll through this real quick. I'm 2, that's fine. We're not worried about that. Come back to that problem. I just want to uncap my energy so we're not overflowing. And then we can roll through some of this later. I've got hours to get through this, so that's okay. So let me ask some questions. How would you guys like to, if you were a YouTube watcher, do you like reaction videos? Because I particularly don't really care for them. I'd rather just watch the regular video. Or would you rather just like me go through like a synopsis of it down the road and just kind of give like an actual feedback of it? I don't like reaction ones. I don't particularly either. So we're probably just going to watch the video and then we'll make a video about it. Less about, because I think reaction, like everybody's already seen it, right? It's kind of my impression of it. I don't think it goes over well. Reaction is good for Twitch. I agree. I think reaction is great for Twitch. I think it's bad for YouTube. Info is good for YouTube. YouTube likes things shorter. Is from what my experience is. YouTube's like attention span's about 3 minutes, roughly. They have about a 3-minute attention span. They honestly would prefer things in shorts. In most formats, their attention span's very small and fine. You know, Thanos talks about finite resources. YouTube's attention span is finite. Including mine. Like, I click through things like and I'm an avid YouTube watcher. I really am, guys. Like, I probably watch more YouTube than Twitch, realistically, and my attention span's short. What were you saying? Exactly. Okay. Is that good enough? We're done with this. Okay. Let's go. Let me see if I even I wonder if you guys have volume. We're gonna find out. Recium protection. I'm playing Path of Exile Friday, by the way, guys. I do have builds planned. I have 2 different builds that we're potentially starting, so I think I know what I'm starting, so that'll be fun. I hope you guys will come hang out with us for that when we do that. Do I get the Strike Spot video? I got all kinds of creators I haven't watched. Ten-minute video. Perfect. Let's see what we got sound. Hold on. See sound. Looks a little low. Is that too loud? Looks
Greetings, Commanders, and welcome to another episode of Strike Spot. My name is Pathfinder, and today we're going to be talking about the biggest update to Alliance War we've done since its inception. But first...
Hold on, what do we got in the background, by the way?
First,
we have the Hulk, we have the Fist. Is anything changed? I see a Mr. Fantastic. That's interesting. See lots of Hulk. I do see Kestrel, but Kestrel I think's been there. I see the Thor hammer. I think that's been there too. The things I really noticed that look different to me is the item on the right, or the left and right. The X-Men's Earthfall. I don't know that comic. I want to look that up real quick. Find out about that. X-Men Earthfall. What is this? It's this one. The first issue. Is this Savage Land? We got Rogue and Wolverine. Who's this? Is that Colossus? Oh, that's Colossus. Is this a lizard-like call-out? What is this? Tell me what X-Men Earthfall #1's about. It collects and packages the harrowing battle where members like Wolverine and Storm fight for survival against deadly alien invasion, acting as a direct no-ad primer to classic cosmic storylines. That's interesting. Go to fandom. I get volume 1. Or do I get the volume? Oh, this is it. Storm, Wolverine, Rogue, Psylocke. Psylocke is likely. Colossus is likely. Dazzler's interesting. Longshot's interesting. Madeline Pryor's interesting. Every time we see a call out to Enchantress, I get excited, and I think I just saw one in there. I swore I saw her. We have the Temptress. Is the 616 universe. Who are the villains? Marvel Girl, Cyclops, X Factor, Polaris, Juggernaut, Stonewall, Crimson Commando. Oh, here are the antagonists: Starshark, Bloodworks, Bloodman, Temptress, Brickbait, Brickbat, Dive Bomber, Lookup, Tension, Spitball, Whipbland, Blindside, and Harry Palmer. It's kind of interesting. I wonder what they're calling out here, because we already know Rogue's coming, which I don't think that's what they're calling out here. I wonder if it's Colossus, because we've already gotten Wolverine. Kind of interesting. Shut up, Pathfinder. What would have happened? I see the nerd behind the mic that banned Dossier for not being a cheater. Did Dossier get fully banned? Not answering that. You made a new account. Yeah, that's what I believe.
I want to introduce you to a friend of mine.
Thank you, Pathfinder, and hello, Commander. Nice to meet you, or good to see you. Maybe we've had a chat before. My name is Mason, but you may know me as Uatu.
So he has Ghost Spider, Kestrel, Minions, Spider-Man. Is that a symbiote Spider-Man? What's that one? Or is that Venom? Do you guys know? Nightcrawler. Who's this? I see another Kestrel, another Deadpool. There's a Venom mug. Oh, that's a Venom mug. So I don't know what this Funko Pop is. I can't tell. It looks like a redhead, which makes me think it's Jean. That looks like a regular Spider-Man. I think that's a Venom in the case, I think. Thanos in the back. Where's Thanos? The Funko Pop is Gambit. Ah. Over his left shoulder. Interesting. Next to the Venom mug. Oh. Okay. Very cool.
Our MSF watcher on Discord and part of your player experience team on day 2,520 of my daily login streak. You may have heard in an Age of Fear strike spot previously, one of our lead game designers mentioned that Pathfinder is stepping off of the PX team and headed over to the team designing content for you to play in-game. From Path, your time as a content creator and an envoy, plus our time working together on the player council before you joined our team, I just wanted to say it's been great working side by side with you. And we're looking forward to a preview of some of the work you're working on. This isn't the last time we're going to see you, right?
No, I will still be a regular on the strike spots, and I'll even be on the next one where we're talking about Brand New Day and some of the things that are going to be going on with that event coming up. So
strike
excited
spot for
to
Brand New
share
Day
more
sounds
with you about
interesting.
that then.
Very cool. We're going to jump into all of that soon, but first let's talk with Max, product owner for our PvP lanes, to talk about what's coming up for Alliance War. Welcome, Max.
Hey, it's good to be back. It's been a while.
Appreciate you taking the time to talk with us about
Isn't
the
this the
big
guy that made
update
Danger Room?
coming to War. Tell us about what to expect with War Tech.
I thought he
Yeah,
looks familiar.
This might be the biggest update to War since it's come out. We kind of were in this spot where we were loading all of this complexity onto the room rules themselves, and so we're out there these huge lists of like rules that you had to read like whenever you were doing anything in War. And so one of the ideas we had was to take a lot of that complexity out and actually put it into this new seasonal War Tech tree, where players individually will be able to kind of take some of these new mechanics and attach them to their personal defenses in ways that are different than what other players are doing.
Okay.
But it makes them much more powerful as far as the defensive and offensive side. So how it works is there's going to be kind of tiers that you work throughout the chapter. Once the chapter is done, all of the upgrades that you got are going to reset, and we're going to start a new chapter with all new upgrades to chase. So it's going to kind of be a seasonal chase.
War.
As for what you're actually getting in there, there are going to be a few different types of...
So it's going to be like the boost system, right? It's going to start easy and it's going to get harder. Interesting.
kind of brand new mechanics, I'll say, and I'll start from the tamest and kind of get down to the groundbreaking ones. So the first one is going to be seasonal squads. You are going to be able to increase the number of squads that you have. So everyone has 10 right now. For this first chapter, you're going to be able to
+1 team slot. Gain an additional defensive team slot for your war room until the end of the chapter. Remember to update your defenses. Okay.
go up to 12.
How do we get the stuff?
So you'll be able to get 2 extra squads. And then when the chapter resets, you're back to 10. Maybe we'll do 3 next time, maybe 1. We can kind of change it up. And then for the next one, we're kind of bringing in combat mods in a way that has not been done in the rest of the game just yet. So we're going to have offensive and defensive combat mods as 2 different upgrade types. The offensive, how those work, is whenever you gain a combat mod or you grab the war module, we call them, in the war tech tree, you will now have that offensive mod apply to every single offensive attack that you made for the rest of the chapter.
So a combat mod offense is for every team, and a combat mod defense is only for your room. Wouldn't that make offense like substantially stronger overall, as far as a mod standpoint goes? Which kind of makes me a little sad, but that's okay. Interesting. Because like putting one defense mod out there, right, is one singular attack. Well, should be, right? Putting one offense mod out there is equivalent to 14 attacks. That's kind of interesting.
So they're going to stack the more that you get. And then on the defensive side, I know players have kind of talked about this in Crucible. We're actually bringing it to War first. But the idea is that you're going to be able to take these defensive combat mods and
all damage, 10% armor, resist, focus. Okay. At the end of each turn, apply bleed to a random enemy. Eternal allies gain damage, armor, focus, resistance. Are Eternals for war? Did we just find what Eternals are for?
put them on whichever individual squad that you'd like. So by default, squads won't have any.
Hold up. This combat uses raid rules. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm down for raid teams being active in certain game modes. I think that's actually a good take for them. They might actually see play then, because right now I don't use raid teams. They all suck. At the end of each turn, apply bleed to a random enemy. That's a terrible mod.
As you earn them through the war tech tree, you're going to be able to take one that's let's see here, maybe add revive once to all defending characters. You can stick that on one of your squads, and then when everyone attacks to it, that's going to be applying. And then
Black Cat value just went through the moon. Just by the way.
And the big one, at least in my mind, is the idea of reinforcements as a brand new upgrade type as well. What this does is let players set
5 additional heroes can be set on a reinforcement wave on your defense teams. Be sure to update your defenses. What does that mean?
A second wave on defense in war, which is something that I don't think players have ever been able to do in PvP. It's going to play similarly to kind of PvE stuff, like you knock out the first wave, the second wave drops down. And how it works on the upgrade side is you're going to be getting, whenever you get an upgrade, it lets you put 5 more characters in a reinforcement wave. So you'll have X number of reinforcements that you can allocate at any given time. And then there's of course...
Wait. So if I can have 20 reinforcements, I can spread them out over all my rooms. I can always have a reinforcement wave? That seems kind of good. Seems strong. We'll see. Playful and quirky land shark. So this is just giving you stuff. It's 0 cost, so you can take rewards for free.
Of course, just rewards as well, which those will be free to claim. You don't need to worry about spending any progression points on those.
Gotcha, and that all can be found in the war tech tree.
And how do we
progress through the war tech tree?
It's jam-packed right now. The idea is that it's all very engagement-based. So war attacks and war assists. So assist meaning if you help out on an attack and that squad gets cleared, then you get points for it. Those will give you points. You'll also get points for war defense. Basically, as an alliance, however many squads that you have remaining at the end of a war, you'll get rewarded per squad. And then there's also a contingency for if your alliance full clears, everyone gets the full point. So you don't need to worry about kind of managing your alliance mates to make sure everyone gets an equal number of attacks. Like as long as there are no attacks to be had, everyone will just...
Can we also add that to events? Can we add that to events? You redeemed the highlighted message. So now we need 10 to 15 defensive teams, 10 to 15 reinforcement teams, and 14 offensive teams. We're going to see a lot more teal characters in War. Are you? I mean, I guess free-to-play would have more teal characters in War. I feel like free-to-play has like an abundance of teams too. They're just not near as built. Speed manipulation is still very, very available, right? Speed manipulation is easier to stop than it's ever been. So there's an interesting conversation for their sure royalty. I'm curious how that plays. When do we get to see it?
Full attack bonuses, basically. And then there's also an update to Alliance donations that I believe will also be giving some of these war tokens, we are calling them.
Good.
We are so lucky to be talking with Max. He owns all of the PvP lanes on MSF. So with that in mind, while
Max,
we have
leave
a comment down below. What kind of improvements or updates would you like to see in the player versus player experience in Marvel Strike Force? While we got him here, we might as well throw him some ideas.
Hold on. We'll do this right now. Cosmic Crucible needs a total overhaul. It is very boring and exempt of any meaningful rules. There. It's not a productive message, but now it's there. I feel like that's important. There you go. You commented
Maybe
right
it's
there.
a new feature, or if there was one thing you would change when it comes to PvP and MSF, what would that be? Hit the comments down below.
I'd change Arena too.
Let's get back to this chat.
I'd rather change Cosmic Crucible than Arena.
Tell us about what we have in store when it comes to standings and leagues in the war season.
Yeah, we're doing a pretty big overhaul on how leagues work and how the rewards from leagues work, and how matchmaking works, really. How it worked before. This wasn't necessarily disclosed, but I know a lot of our players kind of figured it out. We had the trophies, which kind of determined what your league was, which determined what your win and loss rewards were. But then that didn't determine your matchmaking. Matchmaking was based off of kind of this hidden alliance ranking system. And having those two systems disconnected was a little funky and led to some weird matchup.
So there's 12. What'd you say, Royalty? There's 14 rooms? How many rooms are there? You said it earlier. Where'd your message go? 10 to 15 defense teams. Is there actually 15 defense teams, Royalty? That's crazy. And then you have another 10. It's not 10 to 15 reinforcement teams. It's 20, right? 20 reinforcement characters, not teams. I don't think. Are we sure it's 10 to 15 reinforcement teams? I feel like that's a lot.
So the idea is we're actually going to make those one system. So
well, and the cool thing about adding more over the course of the chapter, right, and then resetting, is we end up with more teams, right? The boost system is supposed to help retire characters. The boost system right now doesn't do that. I wonder how that's going to play together, but we'll see. We only add characters to the boost system as it goes on. We never take characters away, right? So I think adding more rooms as we progress through the chapter makes sense, personally. It's harder with dropped attacks. We start with 10, then you add more. I don't know how many. It does, like, just having extra rooms and drop, like, you guys are going to want to do 14 attacks. Like, you have to do 14 attacks in the new system. You just do. Like, the new system encourages it, right? Because there's so many extra teams. Like, you don't do 10 attacks anymore. Why I think they're giving us all of our attacks right away.
Your trophies will now actually represent your alliance's skill, which will then still correspond to the leagues. And so this is going to prevent a bunch of weird stuff at the top end, especially like with shell alliances rotating and all of that. And it should make things quite a bit more competitive. And then it'll also make it so we can kind of lay into these league rewards. So the idea is we're actually going to make those one system. So your trophies will now actually represent your alliance's skill.
That's so good.
Which will then still correspond to the leagues.
So they're no longer hiding MMR anymore. Shells are getting obliterated, which is great. They shouldn't have hit an MMR for the first place. And honestly, Crucible needs this too. This is a good change. This is a really good change, guys. This is an update to where, yes, Ryler, welcome in, by the way. Visible MMR is only one value. There's no longer two numbers associated. Like we used to have a system, and you've heard me call this MMR before, right? Matchmaking rating. It's used in a lot of games. A lot of games hide it away from you, but you can figure it out, right? You understand how it works, and it's not that hard to like reverse engineer it. What's going on is your alliance has an MMR attached to it, but rewards were not attached to it, right? Rewards were attached to trophies. Well, if your MMR matched up against somebody you didn't belong against, but because your MMR is so much higher, because you don't lose trophies as fast as you can lose trophies so much faster than you can lose MMR right now, because MMR is intended to be sticky. That's what actually happens in this game, right? They designed MMR in a way that you can't intentionally lose for months on end and go fight silver alliances, right? That was what they like. That's the intent of MMR. It's intended to keep you in your area so that you don't go abuse it, right? And ideally, you shouldn't want to do that anyways, but honestly, it happened, right? We were shelling and doing things, and people were abusing it. And what ended up happening is like you guys saw it with my alliance, right? The last like 3 or 4 months, we shelled, right? We shelled. Bendy, we versed you. We shouldn't have versed you. I think we stomped you guys. I'm sorry. But we shouldn't have versed you because we shelled. And we then matched a bunch of people that we shouldn't have matched, because the shell we assumed was probably 300 to 400 trophies below us. Like, it's just what it was, right? And ultimately, there's a few metrics that go into like matchmaking that I think play into it, and I don't know completely. I think it's actually just going to be trophies now, but ultimately there's other things that feed into trophies that make it make sense. Like, for example, your TCP matters, right? If you're a jumbo-sized alliance and you beat people consistently and you gain trophies, you're going to climb the ladder, right? You're going to go up. If you have 24 Nihilists and people can't clear you and you're gaining points because of it, then you're going to go up. Those alliances have no active accounts, so it's easy to remove them. Some people purposely keep shells active, so it's hard to just delete them. Yes, that was 100% going on Royalty. Literally, and we were doing it too. We had a channel and people with alts that were intentionally logging in and recording the data of the shell, right? They were intentionally gathering it, right? And we would just intentionally log in. We were like, well, what if if they don't ever change the system and we go eventually end up matching, let's just use Nick, right? Because he's here. We start matching QP again, and we start matching these like alliances that are clearly bigger and spend more than us and clearly outperform us and have a like more desire to like coordinate and run a aggressive alliance, right? Then we'll just shell again, right? Yeah, like Newtfix Shell is still active. They made the alliance public, so a random low-level account keeps joining it and it's keeping the active in war. Top 3 accounts haven't logged in for a very long time. So now the mins you have, you can still evade wars. You just have to keep swapping zones. They should add 1 zone swap per war season. Personally, I think they need to get rid of zone swaps. I wish Magnetic was here. Magnetic knows, or whoever was in my chat that was doing, I think it's Magnetic, but we'll just leave it at that. There's somebody that knows how many people are in each zone, and I can tell you guys that 2 of the zones are very empty. 2 of the zones are very empty. 2 of the zones are pretty abundant, and 1 zone is more abundant than the rest, as far as the top alliances. Which kind of tells you that the system doesn't need to be that good, I don't think. Me personally. But this is a good step in the right direction. I think this is a good thing. Z2 is nearly empty. Z4 is the most full. Yes. Yeah, Z2 is really empty. And so that, I think, makes for... And ultimately, some of this, Zone 1 and 2 seem empty. They are BTL. A lot of people that were in Z1 have left because of all the shenanigans that have happened. And I don't know that people are willing to go like undo that, right? The damage has been done. Are people willing to go like transition back over to Z1? I don't think so. A lot of Z1 opponents are now in Z4. Z1 has QP, Dorks, and Endless Nightmare. So Dorks has gone back to Z1. Onslaught is private and its one member is logged in for 500 days. Everyone avoided one because of Legion. Well, it wasn't just Legion. Like, yes, back in the day it was Legion, but people also avoided one for other reasons too. Like, I mean, a lot. So let's just use the recent year, right? The recent year, there was a very little competition. There's a huge gap between like the top 10 alliance. Let's call it the cheaters. The cheaters, right? There was a few other alliances there, but I'm just gonna call it the cheaters, right? The cheaters were so far ahead of everybody else that there was this monster gap between the top alliances and everybody else, right? One was bad. It was Rockets, Outlaws, Sun would all rotate in and out. Right, and all of those were banned alliances. And then there was like a couple that like towards the bottom of the matchmaking that were in the. There was like 8 alliances that like were there, right? And if they were on cooldown, they would yoink people up, and they would get yoinked, and people would freak out that you got yoinked, because the yoinking was so like devastating to your like overall season that it felt terrible. And they didn't fix it for a very long time. And so a lot of people made their own decisions because the players had the tuning knobs. The devs didn't interact with it, right? And because we had the tuning knobs, we tuned ourselves out of it, right? We all went to Z4. We all like shelled out. Like, there's a lot of things that happened in those last like 6 months. A funny alliance names is Sons or Buns. So let's continue on. I'm very excited for this change. I think it's a good change. I think tying rewards to competition will encourage people to compete, and play better and learn, right? We would match Rockets next war, they would leave and Outlaws would jump in, and then they would leave and Suns would jump in. It was miserable. Yeah, and Nick, you probably were the punching bag for most of it, right? Because you would basically always got the whoever's jumped in the zone, right? Whoever you were off cooldown with was who they went and they like targeted you guys because you guys weren't quite as big as they were. Yeah, it almost as collusion. And occasionally, like if nobody jumped over, Nick's alliance would go yoink up number 7. Let's just call it like number 7 or whatever, right? They'd go yoink up because there'd be a bunch of blank spaces in there. Let's just make a huge gap, right? If you go down the spreadsheet, let's add 100 slots in there that are just blank, right? And they'll go grab 107, and that's who they'd verse, right? And they'd go yoink somebody up there, right? They'd be like 2 tiers below them, and they'll still go yoink them because there's nobody in the middle. And that's kind of what happened. And so all of these players that were in like, let's call it C tier. There's A tier matchmaking, B tier matchmaking, and C tier matchmaking. B tier's empty, right? There's nobody there. A tier matchmaking was the Outlaws shenanigan, right? We'll just call it that. And then C tier matchmaking was where everybody freaked out. These are the people that are trying, but they're not really trying. These are the people that go, oh my god, I just ran into nothing but Gear Tier 21 110 characters, Annihilus, right? And they're like, gasp, what do I even do? How do I even play this? 45 drops later, and they're like, we don't even full clear. And then they lose a whole bunch of shark shards because they didn't full clear. And that's what happened. And so them tying it back to like matchmaking and actually making people try and not sandbag and not shell and do all this stuff will make it should be healthy to the war scene, because it should rise everybody up, right? Everybody should move up with this. Everybody should be encouraged to try harder. Everybody should be encouraged to learn war, which will be good. We'll see if they give rewards to accommodate that, right? And encourage people to try. And hopefully it won't be frustrating to people. Like, that's, always not fun is when like you find people that don't try quite as hard. That's where the frustration builds, right? Let's continue on.
Weird stuff at the top end, especially like with shell alliances rotating and all of that. And it should make things quite a bit more competitive. And then it'll also make it so we can kind of play into these league rewards a little bit more on the econ side, because they're a better representation of how good your alliance is doing. Currently, pretty much everyone is just in the top 3 leagues because it was more of a
Ultimate 3250. That's wild. There's multiple ranks to Ultimate. I wonder how many people are supposed to be in Ultimate. So I wonder if my alliance is intended to be an Ultimate. Because I don't like... Bears doesn't really think of themselves as a war alliance, right? They never have. We play for rewards, but we don't really... Just Galactus. Galactus plays by themselves. And that's an interesting conversation, because Galactus is so far ahead of everybody, right? Like, it's very interesting. I wonder who's supposed to be there. I wonder what Scopely's thought process is. Keep going.
progression system of how long you're playing than it was a skill system. With this new update, it will be a lot more of a skill system.
Oh, that's fantastic, Max. Thanks for sharing, and excited to see what you have in store. When can we, as players, expect this to roll out?
August 2nd, and then August 3rd would be the first war. And for these league updates, it's actually not necessarily just turning it on. There is going to be a little bit of a rollout as well. Right now, we want to kind of maintain the order of the leaderboard at the top. So what's going to happen is we're going to take all of the hidden alliance scores, and we're going to set them equal to the trophies that the alliances have. And then over time, over the next 8 wars, everyone's going to be able to
So the 8
go
wars
up
are going
in
to matter.
rank, but they're not going to be able to go down. And so this is going to kind of be a little bit of an inflation of the rank, but it also is going to settle the differences that you might have had between your hidden ranking and your trophy ranking.
Good.
And by the time those 8 wars are done, then we're going to kind of, it'll be just like normal. You'll be able to go up or down with wins and losses. And hopefully all the players will kind of, or alliances will be more stabilized in their rank.
Exciting stuff. Lots of big changes coming with, as you said, arguably the biggest update to Alliance War we have ever seen. Thanks for explaining it to us. But I know your work doesn't end there, right? I think we have more that you'll be telling us soon.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, there is. The PvP pod is not done just yet. We actually have a pretty exciting lineup for this year, and we're looking at next year's. We technically have Crucible and Arena under our purview as well. And so the next thing that we're doing is going to be you could almost call it an update to Arena. It's more of a spiritual successor to Arena, and it's going to...
Seriously? Are we finally freaking removing Arena? Let's go. That's actually exciting. That's super exciting. Because you guys, if you guys know me, you know I've hated on Arena for years. I've hated on that mode. I'm not a fan of it. I think it is a horrible mode. I think they've done nothing for it. So to hear spiritual successor and basically saying retiring, right? Freaking exciting.
It's going to be a brand new game mode where you can use your Arena characters in a brand new way. And I'll kind of leave it at that for now, but hopefully I'll be back soon to talk more about that.
Really looking forward to seeing all of this hit the game very soon, Max. Thank you for explaining it all to us.
3 teams, best 2 of 3.
Yeah, for sure. Anytime. Looking forward to being back.
Very excited to.
So, we were talking about this yesterday or the day before, right? With legendaries. That probably means there's a little PvP legendary or arena legendary coming that's for the arena. I almost guarantee it. I can almost bet on it now. If they're putting focuses into the arena mode, I almost bet that that's where we're gonna move. I don't think it's Scorpion, but 2 more characters on the way. I bet you one of them goes to the arena. I would almost guarantee it.
See what's to come for Alliance War. Thanks to Max.
Thank
you for checking out this video. Make sure you don't miss our social media updates. Everything Marvel Strike Force you can find from the links in the description of this video, from our official Discord to Reddit and Facebook and beyond. Our envoys are always updating on YouTube with guides to help you succeed in Marvel Strike Force, and they're live on Twitch where you can find some cool drops with rewards. Oh, speaking of rewards, we owe you a promo code. Enter this at marvelstrikeforce.com/playergift to take home a little gift from us. Thanks for
go.
watching the video. We appreciate it, and we hope to see you in the next one.
So who is this guy that was talking on the screen? Do I know him? Who's the other guy? Did they put his name in here? We had Max, who was the tech director. Who was the guy replacing Pathfinder? What was his name? That's Uatu? I do know Uatu, but not from like a facial recognition.
Greetings, commanders, and welcome about the
Nice to meet you.
to a friend of mine.
Thank you, Pathfinder, and hello, Commander. Nice to meet you, or good to see you. Maybe we've had a chat before. My name is Mason, but you may know me as Uatu, our MSF watcher on Discord and part.
Gotcha. So that's okay. Cool. Very cool. I didn't catch it. I was probably talking and was a dumb and talked over him announcing himself. So let me go here. Do we have a blog which information that's easier to showcase for a video? The new web emerges. What's this? This is the blog, right? No blog? Blog. Okay. Uatu is the watcher, the inviter of the Kraken Discord. Shh. I don't know anything about that, Bendable.
520 of my.
We don't talk about the Kraken naughty. Can we go back to watching Max? Yes. Hooker, where you been? What's up, Johnny? I kind of want to grab some information from this, guys. So what do you guys think about this?
Something.
I think it's pretty cool. I wonder how it's gonna feel. How many teams do they show us all the tiers? Hold on, I can probably figure out some pictures.
These seasonal squads.
So that's a team, right? That's tier 3.
You are going to first chapter, and then not been combat done.
Does it show me
the
tier
next
set
one,
like further?
We're kind of bringing in combat mods in a way that has not been done in the rest of the game just
I love
yet.
me some DoorDash.
So we're going to have offensive and defensive combat mods as
we
two
don't talk
different
about the
upgrade
Kraken naughty.
types. The
Come on,
offensive,
JD.
how those work is whenever you gain a combat mod or you grab the war module, we call them, offensive, and then on the warfare, put them on whichever individual squad that you'd like. So by default, squads won't have any.
When an ally successfully dodges, the character gains offense up. That mod will be decent for it's the poor chord now. That's true. There's a whole lot less people spending, right?
As you earn them through the war tech.
So like that first like the evasive counter thing might be pretty good for like the raid team, right? The Amazing Avengers. So that's pretty cool, especially like I wonder who's going to be good for like the raid rules. The raid rule teams are interesting.
You're going to be able to take one that's let's see here, maybe add revive once to all defending characters. You can stick that on one of your squads, and then when everyone attacks.
So do we know how speed bar work with that stuff? It's kind of a 3 people complaining chord. 3 people complaining chord. I have a comment to make, but I'm gonna hold my tongue. Probably some of the new raid teams, Amazing Avengers. Well, there's only one new raid team, right? Which probably is pretty good with the mods. I haven't looked to see what. So the cool thing about this is, with like raid, for example, right? I have a reason to learn raid kits, which I'll be honest, I don't know what a raid kit even does these days. I haven't had to use it in a long time in a meaningful way. I know Thunderbolts technically like were immune to trauma or something, right? Something along those lines. Like it's been that long. I don't know what most of them do. They designed Max to be Hercules. I don't know if you knew. Amazing Avengers is far better on attack. I believe that.
And then there's also a contingency for if your alliance full clears, everyone gets the full point. So you don't need to worry about really.
He showed some stuff here.
Yeah, we're doing a pretty big overhaul on how leagues work and how the rewards from leagues work, and how matchmaking works.
About,
really,
he showed, like, they showed
how it worked before.
This is the helicarrier. Can you tell if a room has 12 or 15 rooms or whatever? How many rooms is this? That looks like a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's 11. But this side has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's 10. That looks different. So you can tell which rooms have extra rooms, which that's pretty good.
This wasn't necessarily disclosed, but I know a lot of our players kind of figured it out. We had the trophies, which kind of determined what your league was, which determined what your win and loss rewards were. But then that didn't determine your matchmaking. Matchmaking was based on...
So what's the assembly thing at the bottom? Is that like the is that the mod list? Pretty show the mod list. Benny and I met Max. Don't get jealous. I am a little jealous, Johnny.
Off of kind of this hidden alliance ranking system. And having those two systems disconnected was a little funky and led to some weird matchups. So the idea...
Interesting question. So we earn points for clearing a room, right? What happens if you don't turn on 12 rooms? Him and Jose, hats off to him.
Is we're actually going to make those one system. So your trophies will now actually represent your alliance's skill, which will then still correspond to the league, like with more system of how long you're playing than it was a skill system. With this new update, it will be a lot more of a skill system.
Those buttons.
That's fantastic, Max. Thanks for sharing, and excited to see what you have in store. When can we, as players, expect this
presentation of how good your alliance is? This wasn't necessarily disclosed, but I know a lot of our players kind of figured it out.
Oh, this thingy? Oh, it's at the reinforcement heads. Yeah, gotcha. I wish they would have seen them. We could have seen them drop in. That would have been cool. They didn't do that, right?
And hopefully all the players will kind of, or alliances will be more stabilized in their rank.
Exciting stuff. Appreciate it. And we hope to see you in the next one.
Where was the shot of Eternals with the updated power? I missed it. The Eternals. So the Eternals had a mod, right? Is that what you're talking about?
That's
in here.
So let's see here. Maybe add revive once to all defending characters. You can stick that on one of your squads, and then when everyone attacks it, that's going to be applied.
So we can see the revive once here, right? So we know Retcon's going to revive, but these guys do nothing, I believe.
And they're going to be done. All of the upgrades that you got are going to reset, and we're going to start a new chapter with all new upgrades to chase. So it's going to kind of be a seasonal chase. As for what you're actually getting in there, there are going to be a few different types of kind of brand new mechanics, I'll say. And I'll start from and then for the next one, just type the war mod applied stack about these defensive combat mods and put them on whichever individual squad that you'd like. So by default, squads won't have any. As you earn them through the war tech tree, you're going to be able to take one that's let's see here, maybe add revive once to all defending characters. You can stick that on one of your squads, and then when everyone attacks to it, that's going to be applying. And then the big one, at least in my mind, is the idea of reinforcements. I know players have kind of talked about this in Crucible. We're actually bringing it to War first, but the idea is that you're going to be able to take these defensive combat mods and put them on.
Did you all see Beta's AI of Boil on Mode? No. And it's interesting to me that Gilgamesh was data mined, but would it'd be too far-fetched to say the next mighty would be an Eternal. I think so, Bendy. Okay, you guys want to how bad are you guys going to be upset if I show the Doom trailer? Can we show the Doom trailer? Or is there people that don't like that? Let me know. Angelina Jolie mighty? I don't think it's happening. I don't think so. I'm still stuck on the character I think it is. Athena. I would love to see Athena come to the game. I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they were too top secret with these characters. Me personally. I saw already. So, I still think we know these characters. I think the Doom trailer almost confirmed. Let's find the Doom trailer. Go, let's pivot. Here you go, guys. We're watching the Doom trailer. Why is he going to Reddit? Go away, Reddit. No one likes you. Doesn't look like the right thing. Doomsday trailer. Gigabillion amount of views. Here we go. Marvel Entertainment. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, I suck. I think this confirms our next breaker.
Something's coming. Something we
Not
may not be
Xavier.
able to deter. Before this day is done, we should be faced with an unthinkable decision.
I've fought with many warriors in my time. They were far stronger than all of us put together, and they died.
Who is talking first? Who is that?
Something's coming.
I think that's supposed to be Doom. I think, but I don't know.
Something we may not be able to deter. Before this day is done, we should be faced with an unthinkable decision.
I think that's supposed to be Robert Downey Jr., I think.
I've fought with many warriors in my time. They were far stronger than all of us put together, and they died. They died facing enemies.
Still think it's this guy.
And threats that scared me far less than this one. Everything that they sacrifice will be for nothing if we do not stand together. Put aside your petty
Breaker and
squabbles.
Baku. I still think it is.
And presume nothing except this. If you return, you will return as brothers and sisters. But mark my words. We're going to need a miracle.
Hey, pal.
It's not possible.
So the reason I think it's Breaker and Baku goes back to this scene. I think that these guys are scared. Whatever's going on, I
Then all
think
of
that
us put
the
together,
Wakanda nation
and they
will end up
died.
being will be in fear, right? They're going to make them like villains because they got corrupted, right? Is what I think's gonna happen. I think Namor's probably on that team. I think Shuri's probably on that team. I think they can take some more Wakandans if they want to. Those are kind of the characters I think that they're going, and that's why I think it's Breaker and Baku. I think they're going to use King and Baku Breaker. Is what I think they're going to do. I could be wrong, but I think it's such a good tie-in for the movie. If I'm right. In Breaku, yeah, might be in
They
Breaku.
died facing enemies and threats.
Well, and I just think that whole team probably is gonna have so many cool high name characters on it that it will be fine. Could counter Exalted. Crucible Mighty Team. I don't know about that. And here's kind of why I still kind of think this. And I haven't really changed my pivot on it. Is Silver Surfer, right? Silver Surfer is a hero in our game, other than the Breaker. He got corrupted. And I think it's a way for them to incorporate a hero, right? This guy was hero tagged, and he got corrupted to be the Breaker. And I don't know. I don't think the Silver Surfer Breaker is that exciting of a character. I say Lady Death. What's the final silhouette? I still am gonna believe. I think it's what Dossier called out, which is interesting because Madeline Pryor has callouts in this comic that they're referencing. It is Madeline Pryor with the scythe. I forget what the scythe's called. Gotta find it. Go away. I think it's gonna be Madeline Pryor. Yeah, the Scythe of Sorrows. That's who I think it is. There is a Cal version of her too that's been out there. Scythe of Sorrows, Madeline Pryor. This one. This was the original one that Dossier called out. Too soon. What did Dossier say? I was accidentally on a VPN. I think Lady Death is too important right now, Bendy. I don't think they're ready to do those kind of characters. I don't think they want to do Eternity and Lady Death and the cosmic entities. I think they're too big a character. While I do think those characters might play a role in Doom, I think it could be years down the road, right? When the other movies come out. Because I think Doom's slated for three movies, right? And this is just the start of it. So I don't think we're ready to dig into the cosmic entities yet. So I think we're gonna stick away from that. I also think that Madeline Pryor kind of fits some of the things that I think are coming down the road with so I wonder if Magneto is the. So here's kind of the okay. It wasn't even showing you. I'm sorry. I think there's kind of I think they have a theme, and they haven't announced it yet. I have a running theory that there's a theme associated with the rework characters that they are choosing. I think they're going to continue to do a single legendary on the team. I think they're going to continue to match two teams together. And I think Madeline Pryor's legendary is Magneto. That's who I think it is. Could be wrong. I think it's going to be Magneto. That's who I think goes with her. I think he will be one of the last legendaries touched. I think Doc probably goes with Scorpion, and I have a feeling that Shuri goes with M'Baku, is what I think. Those are the three I think that are going to join the Breaker teams. I could be wrong. But that's kind of my guess right now. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Nick. Yep. I'm thinking Doc's going to go with Scorpion when they announce him. Yeah, I think they're going to intentionally do it. Bendable with the highlights. So it took a data mine in Boomer's video. There are a lot of offers for Green Goblin and Electro. Interesting. I do think Electro is potentially a character. Green Goblin. Are you talking OG Green Goblin? Are you talking about this one? Oh, did it not work? Talking about this one? Watch that video. And they're all war. I also think this is a war team. People were like shunning me. Yes, last stream I was doing this, but I think this is another war legendary. I think we have 2 war teams coming back to back. This goes back to my theory. You know how Shadow Conclave and Omen almost released identical to each other, right? One was like the solution, one was like the problem. I kind of think they're doing that again. I think Sinister Six will be one of the teams. I don't know which direction it goes, if it's offense or defense, but I think one will be the problem and one will be the solution, is kind of where I think this will go. The Eternals might be the second team. I'm not sure. It's possible that that's where we're going. Spider Slayer was in the offer too. It's Boomer's video. He made it today, 8 minutes. We can check it out. I'm down. See what Boomer's got to say. I haven't watched a Boomer video in a minute. One hour and 5 hours ago. Which one are we watching? They're both 8 minutes. This way. Which one am I watching? One has promo codes, and the other one... might be this one?
All right, there was some interesting information. Nicaris and Cersei Nicaris's. But there are some offers. We'll talk about that into what the developers are thinking and what they are planning.
Okay, so
Boylan made a video about the data mines. Now, I got to give a big shout out to Magnetic Zero, who made a website that basically, whenever there's a change in the code on Marvel Strike Force, his website separates the difference from the old code and the new code, and it shows what was updated. So if I click on quests and I go down here, now there's a bunch of things here that we could take a look at. We could see what kind of things and requirements and events and what the focus of the game is going to be. Data mines are subject to change, of course, but it gives a lot of insight into what the developers are thinking and what they are planning in the future. And in general, I have to say that the data mines have been more accurate than their blog posts. So what do we have here that is of interest? Well, the first thing right here says play bits with Scorpion Breaker. So I was just allowed to say, yes, the next Breaker character is going to be Scorpion. No word on the kit, but there are some offers. We'll talk about that because if you think about it, Silver Surfer Breaker was a single character on the Omen team with 4 reworks. We'll take a look and see if any of that is hidden here inside of the data mines on whether or not Scorpion's Breaker's team is going to be lined up like that.
You guys haven't.
Play raids with the Maging Avenger. Then it says play bits with an Eternal. Well, there you go. Play bits with Gilgamesh at 5 yellow stars. So I went and Googled that. Forgotten One character is hero and Gilgamesh is an Eternal. Well, there you go. That means that we're going to be getting some sort of rework for Eternals. I gotta tell you, we got 3 Eternals in the game. We've got what, Hyperion,
I hope that we don't get
Cersei,
the
and
third one.
Icarus. And Cersei and Icarus was one of the most broken duo when they were introduced to the game. And I feel for a long time people have asked can we have a full Eternal team? Feels like it's been one of the most commonly asked for things in Marvel Strike Force, and I kind of got this feeling that they weren't going to do that because the movie wasn't like.
I wonder how Cersei and Icarus are going to play out, by the way. If they choose Cersei and Icarus, I'm just going to pretend they don't pick Hyperion because he sucks. Cersei and Icarus plus Damon's going to be wild. Well, Cersei and Icarus are not fast anymore. They're no longer the fast characters they used to be. Cersei used to rewind people. She can easily get turned off now. Icarus was the explodey powerhouse that he was, right? But he's 120 now. So, what are people gonna be happy with the Icarus that we get? I don't know. We'll see. Don't remove Icarus's double hit. No, I don't think they have to. Icarus is 120. He's honestly can double hit all he wants. He's perfectly fine.
Like a landslide success, and it didn't look like there was going to be a sequel anytime soon. Well, they're going to do something with it. We like the Eternals, and that's fine. Gilgamesh. Now, I was doing some research for this video, and I stumbled across.
What kind of and think about this, guys. Think about the Black Order. The Black Order were broken back in their day, right? They're no longer broken. They just are what they are, right? If they make them rewind speed, it's going to be wild. Instead of turn meter, imagine reducing speed on crit. I mean, there's a lot of things they can do with those kits to kind of make them interesting. That they had really good kits. They also could just give them speed up and get ahead that way too. Like, there's a lot of things they could do, especially if they're a war meta. Like, they just have to be good enough. We'll see. Anti-crit would go a long ways. Yeah, exactly, Nick. Everything prevents rewind. I don't expect rewind to be a powerful mechanic in their kit. I also don't expect 120 I wallop you to be a powerful mechanic in their kit. And they may not be the characters they used to be. That's all I'm saying. Nobody prevents rewind speed stat, though. Not yet. Nobody prevents any of that stuff yet. We only have one team that's... Well, we have like 2 characters that circumvent speed right now. We have Annihilus, who circumvents speed bar, and we have Thanos, who cheats. I think Gilgamesh may be a limited release. Like, you think he's gonna be like an epic character, Rem? Is that what you're thinking? That's interesting. Plenty of characters who can't be rewound. I think regardless of V3 stat, Icarus would be the problem if they pair with some speed support. Well, guys, we really aren't in the speed anymore. Speed has gotten really, really neutered over the last, like, 6 months. They printed speed bar and speed stat stops like crazy. Go look at Crucible. Like, there's literally no speed bar or speed stat in the mode at all anymore. There's almost none. It's still in war because we have 14 teams, right? Or whatever the heck the number is. So it's still in war. I honestly, I'm not expecting Icarus. I think Icarus and Cersei are going to be support characters. Like, Icarus might be the late, like, I finish you off character. Cersei's probably the support character. They'll give Eternals 100 million health. I don't think so. 50 million health would... Okay, let's just say that they did give that, right? How does that, like, overpower Maestro? Maestro is, like, the overstated character he's supposed to be, right? It's like they balanced to fix Daemon. Yeah, they're gonna break Daemon. I think Daemon's about to be broken already. I'm already, like, starting to experience where I don't like using my Daemon anymore, Rem. I don't have a 5-diamond Daemon, and my Daemon did not kill stuff this weekend. And you know what I did? I put Daemon on defense because I don't want to use him anymore. That's what I did. I can't say it's right, but that's the direction I moved. I tried the Daemon like 3 different rooms and every single one of them Daemon failed. I'm like, okay, well, I'm done with this character. I'm good. I don't have to use this guy anymore. All of these high-speed one-button wonders always fall behind when stat increases happen. Yep. And it's already happening, guys. Like, interestingly enough, um, the people said the boost system failed. It kind of did and didn't. I've I think they failed it. I do think the system failed because of the release method, but not having this has been very impactful for me. So much that like my Daemon loses fights now, which is kind of interesting. I don't know how it's gonna function next season. I'm very curious if they've tuned it a little better, because I've stopped even looting this stuff. I don't even care about it. Clicking this button is a waste of my time, so I don't click it. I've stopped caring about it. You know, so and I have noticed like people don't even attack me when I have this stuff, right? They literally don't even attack me in arena, which is kind of interesting. So like that kind of stuff existing on top of like the war changes, right? So the boost system plus the war changes makes for a very interesting world of scaling, right? Yes, and there's that world too, Nick, because I didn't do what you guys did. I could, but I didn't. I chose not to because I was curious. I kind of wanted to see how it played. So a lot of guys have a bajillion currency in this system, right? In the strike store. And I didn't do this. I could have. I have 448,000, but I chose to not buy any of it. And so you guys have a pretty substantial advantage on me right now because you bought all this, right? This gave you multiple tiers of stuff that I just didn't purchase. This is kind of interesting. That helps a ton. Why did I upgrade armor before damage? A lot of characters, especially in the fear trait, have kind of moved back towards normal damage. So if you guys have been paying attention, they've really started unwinding kits, right? We've been talking about unwinding kits for a while now, but it's been happening more and more. Let's use like Riot, for example. Actually, this entire team's, I think everybody but Null is like normal damage. You can see like Quicksilver, normal damage. So he's back to armor. Armor affects him, defense up, everything affects him. If you go look at like a character like Blade, he almost avoided everything that existed. This guy's unavoidable and cannot be blocked, so he's got those two metrics going. He doesn't ignore defense up. He doesn't remove barrier. So one of the things that we ran into and it's taken them 2 years to unwind this, by the way, just for a little perspective. Blade in this era of characters, right, kind of broke the game because he broke all of the defensive metrics, right? This guy stole your health, had piercing damage, so armor didn't matter. He ignored defense up, was unavoidable, and can't be blocked. Literally the only metric that works against him is barrier, which you could technically remove with another character. So he just annihilates you, right? And he hits you more than once. So what mechanic actually like worked against him? That was the problem that they created. They couldn't actually make characters defensive because they literally took all of the defenses and they ignored them. And now we're starting to see where characters are not like the giga powerhouse that they once were. This guy only has normal damage and doesn't do any ignoring mechanic, right? For example, does she do any? She is normal damage and does nothing, right? She doesn't have block, she doesn't dodge, she doesn't ignore defense up, she doesn't remove barrier, she doesn't do any of it. Literally normal damage. So I do think the armor plus when you start thinking about these characters, I do think armor and health do have a good combination together, and they're cheaper than damage. Especially the armor trait, right? That I think there's some value there, and that's why I did it. Why I didn't do damage. Yeah, eventually they got fear. Took forever. Yeah. And I think they took way too long. I think they took way too long on releasing it, and I honestly think that they messed up. Personally, for me, I think Boost should have had way more value in the green tier and blue tier. Like, I don't think you should have maxed this instantly. Because it just felt, and then we've sat maxed with like nothing to even progress on. We weren't even like chipping away at purple, so you couldn't even make like educated decisions to try to like boost your characters in a certain direction, which I think was the intention of the system. So I'm really curious if they've learned from their mistakes and they're going to do Chapter 2 better. Can I make educated decisions to make my team feel more unique with this system? I'm hoping so. And I think people like are severely underrating armor. Same with health, to be honest. Because everybody was doing damage, right? And I think depending on the era of character you play in matters. Like if you're a free-to-play account and you mostly are not using fear characters, right? Because fear characters are kind of hard to get. They're kind of limited, right? These characters are mostly unavailable characters. They have limited releases. They're characters that are pretty tough to get right now. I think that damage is correct for Panic, right? It probably was the correct trait to do. Should I have done this? I don't know. I clicked it anyways. I didn't care. Terror is a very interesting trait too. I honestly think I don't belong in Terror personally. I think the only people that belong in Terror is Annihilus. Technically. I'm not sure there is much unique with the system. Yeah, it doesn't feel very unique. I kind of thought the system was intended to. Miss Hyde with the raid too. Man, everybody's coming over today. Hi, Miss Hyde. Welcome in. How are you doing? Give shout out to Miss Hyde. Thank you, everybody, for coming on over. We appreciate everybody that's come out and hung out tonight. I appreciate y'all. So shout out to Miss Hyde. If you guys haven't checked her stream out, her streams are always super duper fun. So welcome in, welcome in. So welcome in, guys. But yeah, back to the this kind of stuff. I think that the boost system's going to be better next season. That's kind of the direction I'm feeling. We got a Heidi. So I'm hoping that they'll improve this system and make it a little less instantly lock it out, right? And honestly, I think they achieve that if they remove the majority of the catch-up mechanic, which I don't know if they'll do. That might be a stretch for them, because I think this is what broke it. Getting 300,000, 600,000, 900,000, whatever, all this crap, right? On the first month, we basically got through green in like a week. And then we got through blue in like 2 weeks. And then we were done, right? That was kind of my issue with it. Bendy, I can find out what the video means. In the line of limited for the upcoming Scorpion Breaker, free to play won't have the Amazing Avengers. So what will be worth moving? Okay. Does anyone correct it? Has anyone corrected the Breaker event? Royalty. You guys have been all throughout streams and whatnot. Has anyone said what actually is going on with that event? Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. I don't know if... I'm gonna say it. I don't know if I'm supposed to or not. Hold on. Let's go over here. I pulled this up, right? This was the Breaker event. I'm wrong. Let me just say that right now. I'm wrong. I had somebody reach out today to tell me that I was wrong, and there is only one node that is 110. Every other node will be whatever the traits are. That's it. So that is a really good thing. I'm glad they did that. So just so you guys know, this is really, really awesome. Super excited for this event. You're correct. Amazing Avengers may not be available the first run. I think that's fine, personally. I think now the Amazing Avengers, I'm not a fan of their price point right now. I don't like the current offers and how they're selling characters. I've been pretty vocal about that and open about that. It's not my thing. And I'm hoping that they make changes, but they may not, and that's okay. Because this event runs 3 times, you get the choice whether you want to purchase the new team and participate at Node 7, right? Or no, sorry, Node 6. There is a chance that you only get to play half the event the first time around. I don't think that's that unreasonable for a problem. As long as that unlocks Breaker at a low star level, is that an issue? I don't think so. We'll see. You know, because that still gives you content down the road to play. But I did get clarity about this, which I'm very glad to hear. And I think that's okay. Requiring 5 110 characters or 10 110 characters for people, I think is fine. So it still means that you can play Omega and get all the way up to Node 5, which probably is a good enough score to put up, to probably unlock half the Breaker event, if you can put up a good score, right? Depending on how big you build stuff, which is kind of fine. I'll be honest, I haven't even thought about the Amazing Avengers on free-to-play yet, guys. I'm thinking about Exalted X-Men. I'm thinking about the Omen team and the Shadow Conclave team. So them not being up to that stage, I think is pretty fine, personally. So that was something I was going to talk about today. Node 6 is a wall. It has been confirmed the Eternal Reworks is Gilgamesh in the data mines. That one node makes sense because they brought back to race a 110 event, remember? I think that was a hint of this. I have a feeling actually what it is Bendy, just from me guessing. I have a feeling the 110 node is intentionally there because some people were probably turning on every mod in the game and trying to unlock the character by throwing every team on the roster at it. That's my guess. And that prevents that. That's my guess right now. And we've done that in the past, right? We've done that with like Old Man Logan and things where we just like go fight impossible mode. And yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure happened. Reading between the lines. And which I think is a perfectly fine thing. Dorky cut the cheese out? Yeah, possible. So I just wanted to let clear the air on that one a little bit so you guys were on the same page for the events, because I think I misrepresented it and I don't like that. We will talk about it tonight in the video when I make a video, because I think it's important to get that information clear. So the event looks pretty good. I'm pretty excited for it. I'm honestly looking for, and I am in the market for Amazing Avengers. I'm in the market for them. I'm looking for them. They need to, hopefully they will help me out on, you know, the price pointing, because I don't think anything's changed here yet. You know, I'm looking for Julia. Hopefully she'll pop up before then. I did buy Rachel up to 5. I didn't like my price point, but I paid it anyways. Has anything changed here? Let's go to the website just and we'll go look. I haven't looked at the website today. I like buying stuff if things make sense. How did I split this? What did I do? Get out of here. Never mind. Let's just get a new tab. That one's retired. I don't understand what's going on. Oh, we got the toxin thing. What's in here? Ooh. I need bio gear. That's probably a buy for me, just because of that. I gotta find some money, but it's probably a buy for me. I don't think that's a buy for me, but it's not bad. We got 40, 85, 55. Did I do the math on these already? Some of these feel new. How's this one? That looks bad. So we have 100 ultra cores divided by 20. It is a 5 for ultra cores per shard. 5 is bad. I don't like 5s. I like 3s. 3s are kind of the number. So for you guys, for a little insight, I use the math of 2.5 for what old 499 orbs used to be, right? The scamble orb. It's not perfect math, but that's the number I use because I think on average you usually pull 100 drop, and that gets you like 310 shards roughly, for a little perspective. So this one is 200. We'll divide that by 50. That one's a 4. That's not bad. So this is kind of not bad. That's a little better. This one is 500 divided by 105. A 4.7. And then this one is 55 divided, or sorry, 250 divided by 5. .5. We have a 4. That's kind of almost good. Not bad. Does give you some T4s and some other junk, but let's be honest, most of that's junk. So take it for what it's worth, guys. If you were in the market for getting Rachel for the event, to be fair, my main is no longer free to play. I buy strike passes to $20 for the 300 charge plus the golden training mats. I wasn't ad, so I might have missed the response. I don't know what you asked. I don't think the hard cutoffs for content is good in this manner. Not being able to do Insanity difficulty in Sentry is fine, for example, but being able to cut off from half the Scourge is bad implementation. Well, you're not cut off, though, Kestels. You're cut off initially for the first set. And you may not actually be cut off, because you might be able to core the character, too, right? Like, there is a world where if you're playing in a very... and I don't think free-to-play is in a bad spot if they... if they're hyper engaged and they can get past it. I think that's actually good. I'm going to state that right now. But a free-to-play that's hyper engaged might look something along the lines of, I cored my character unlock for the first one. And usually, and let me go back a little ways, right? The Scourge event for Old Man Logan, Shadow King, Green Goblin Classic, all those characters, right? They were very hard on the first run for free-to-play to play. Like, usually it was Spender. I usually had to buy a 5-star character to participate, just for some perspective on, especially the first run. The first run was always tough. Like, it was rare I could do it as a free-to-play player. There's not enough cores to core a character routinely. I agree with that. I think it's very hard to core characters unless you're lucky. It's a shell game when you're buying early access character for $30. And what do you got? Okay, let me ask a question. If you're participating in the Scourge and you are free to play, how big should your breaker be? Where should you end up? If you don't have the new characters and you're not on the newest team and it's required, where should you be? And then let's ask the question, if you buy the new characters, where should you be? What if you have just a 2-star character? I probably core the last character of each team. Dueling got 7 yellow stars for GGC first run free to play. That's why they made it so hard. Mine's 105 gear tier 19. So on the last breaker, I had on the free-to-play account, I had 4-star characters for Daring, and like 4 or 5-star characters for New Mutants. Like, both of them were kind of similar spots. That account was able to get 7-star characters, but it had both teams. Effing Boomer opened 3 Corbs for Julia, got 60 plus shards, and that happens, Royalty. I spent 6,000 cores on Julia. It cost me a pretty penny as far as the core market went. I haven't bought the character. I did the other character in 3,000, so I got a little luckier there. But the issue here is the same hurdle as for free to play is the pass buyer. No character purchases, no access. So we should see. I have a feeling we won't see Julia's pass until after the event or during the event. Because we technically are probably, 2 weeks out from the next character pass? Because we won't see one for the PvP pass, right? That's the one that we won't see. And then we'll see a character which is probably... And we may even get a skip. Because that's technically Blade. right? So I think you're not going to see Amazing Avengers highly available intentionally. I'm pretty sure. And that's fine, I think. Time Splitter redeemed the highlighted message. The better question is, are you going to make Mighty Storm available again? I think is she not available, Time Splitter? I bet you they run that tower one more time. Oxen has 2 weeks, then Rachel's 2 weeks, then Julia's 2 weeks. I don't think that's how they'll do it, because Blade's in there too. I don't know what they do with Blade. We'll see. I hope you're right. I'm hoping you're right on that part. Thank you, Sledge, for getting all of everybody's shoutouts and things. I really appreciate you. So, and personally, like, I don't think it's that bad. Because I think, and here's why I don't think it's that bad, guys. I think that the Scorpion Breaker event is intended to be a 3-month process, right? I don't think you're supposed to beat it on the first one. I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, so, as you guys know, I did the Silver Surfer Breaker, right? And I intentionally went all the way to the 1 diamond. I did it on the first run, which was great. But then the second run came around, right? And I was kind of bored. Like, I didn't really have a reason to push. To get top 20, I had to go compete with a lot of Annihilus, right? We were over 200 Annihilus at that point, I believe at that point. I didn't think top 20 was possible. And we had some shenanigans that happened. We won't get into all that, but I didn't think it was possible. And it made my experience for the Breaker event kind of boring because I didn't really have a reason to push. And that's why I'm kind of like, is it really that bad if you get to experience the second half of the event on the second run if you're free to play? And I kind of think the answer is it's not that bad. Because it gives you, like, you can optimize your first half of your run, and then you get to go play your second half of your run on the second run, right? And you get to optimize that run, and you probably end up with a 7-star character at that point. Like, be completely real. So you end up with like a 2 or 3 or whatever you can get on the first run. You probably end up with a 7-star on the second run, and then the third run's your optimization run, right? That's where you're competing for red stars, you're competing for awakened abilities, like, as a free-to-play, like, and that's kind of where I think it ends up, and I don't think that's that bad. I think it's actually pretty friendly. Scourges was data mine for the 26th. That Scourge was painful, but that's a Sunday. Just wait for another ban wave. No, because Scopely will release a tower before the second run and punish you for having it at high stars. There probably is some characters that will release for this event. And J-Ro pointed it out to me in one of my comments. J-Ro said, hey, they're putting Cosmic in here. There's a high chance the Eternal team might be very important for these nodes, which I thought was very creative on J-Ro to kind of call that out. I didn't think about it, which probably makes sense for the Breaker event, right? It's going to be, it's probably the Eternal team. Those nodes are made for them, most likely. So that's kind of probably something that's going to happen. I can almost guarantee it. No, because Scopely will release a tower the second week. So, I don't know, guys. I'm pretty excited for the Breaker event. And, you know, to kind of go back to your point, Kessel, I'm looking for offers because of it, right? I want to compete in the Breaker event. I know I have to, if I want to compete, I have to buy offers. Just is what it is. Like, I know to compete at that level and the level that I need to participate at, I kind of have to have stuff unlocked, right? I can't just go free to play it. Like, it's kind of just is what it is, especially on the first run, right? Does that mean the Eternals will be raid focused? They haven't told us the Breaker event. Does the Breaker event have certain mods active? Bio is Maestro Gamma. I don't think Maestro's got any use. Maestro sucks. Probably a War Team for their next one. I'm betting War Team. If I was gambling right now and throwing some cards out there on the table, I'd be betting War, personally. That's kind of where I think things go. You know, that feels like a comfy spot. So, what do you guys think about the war changes overall? Are you guys pretty happy with it? What do you guys think about all of that? So we're 1966, so I guess we definitely don't want to lose going forward, right? I guess I need to put in some extra oomph on the war. I hate it. Why? Why do you hate it, Purple Brown? How are we going to do 12 wins on everyone? I think that's the intent, Purple Brown. Why do you have to full clear? So let's just say everyone has 12 teams, right? You have 14 attacks. If everybody doesn't drop 2, you full clear. Right? I like war changes. Because I want to be top 100 in season rankings. So do you think the season rankings have issues right now because of not full clearing? Do we need to look at that? Because of how scoring works? Yes. I can get behind what you're saying. Makes sense. So do you think that will encourage people to play more offensive intentionally because of that reason? That's a big ask. It is a big ask. And here's kind of why I think it's a really big ask. And we haven't really talked about it yet. So you could have a reinforcement wave, right? Let's just say that the reinforcement wave drops in. What's a good way to example this? Okay, let's just say you assigned a reinforcement wave, and you assign a reinforcement wave that intentionally is the opposite of the characters that are on the field, right? Let's use, for example, let's just say you put Shadow Conclave on defense, right? Shadow Conclave has a very specific answer. It's usually like Damon or X or something like that, right? Okay. Damon team really doesn't speed stat stop, right? They just kind of don't. X stops speed bar, but both of them kind of blow their load to kill that team. What team do you put behind it? What makes sense? Which probably causes a drop, right? Let's just say you put speed stat behind it. What if it's Fantastic Four? Fantastic Four falls in immediately. Do you win? Or is that a drop? An Annie. Good point, Berserker. What if an Annie's behind it? What if Annie's behind it and Annie all of a sudden does special and now he's on Giga Alt? That's gonna feel good re-entering. Because you're not wrong, Berserker. That is a very big problem. There could be a Giga Alt waiting as you zone back in. Annie Wave 2 would be brutal. Could possibly be horrible. The changes they've shown are going to burn war captains even more. How much do you guys call your rooms? I'm curious. I want to ask, and just please be honest with like that answer. If you have a war captain in your alliance, do you guys dictate every single room? Do you guys call stuff like how involved are your war captains? I'm curious on how everybody interacts with that. Like, does somebody have to get approval before they attack? I know there are alliances that do that. If let's just say they want to attack room 8, right? Let's just throw my rooms up on screen. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. I'll throw some defense up, or maybe not my rooms. We'll use some other rooms. How about this room? Here. What if somebody wants to attack room 10 right now? Do they have to call out that they want to do room 10, and do they have to suggest a team and show size? Like, how do people engage with this? Or is it just a general strategy? Like, what goes on? We don't have war captains. We call attacks for 85%. All rooms. Problem is people who don't ask are usually dumb ones that fuck up. Plat 4 alliances, none at all. Recommended defense, but only retcon is required. Who has time to micromanage that much? Retirees and trust funds, people. It's a mess with for the Jeff stars. When we were Diamond, every room got called. If they were reoccurring defenses, then they would be sets. Our leaders asked if anyone wanted to help with war, and we all said nope, too busy in real life. We mark rooms to tunnel to the bottom so big boys can play, but not specifically matchup calling. We need people to get all their attacks done in 3 to 4 rooms. So I'll kind of explain how I interact with war. And then this is why I wanted you guys to talk first, because I was curious. When I interact with war, right? Let's just use this for example. You can see 4 rooms, right? And maybe this is a bad room to do it in. I don't know. How about, who do I think has actually defense? I want to show. Maybe this is fine. Okay. Let's just use Kender, for example. We got Kender up here, right? Kender's got stuff set. I don't know what he's got set. I know that I want to kill Kender's rooms, and I want to expend my offense defense in a meaningful way. So usually when I engage with a room, I don't call one. I probably am the guy that calls it. Let's just say I am. But let's just say I'm not, right? When I engage with a room, I'm looking for very specific teams to counter. Like, I'm looking for the problem in the room, right? I'm trying to expose stuff, so I know for sure I'm not going to get punished for killing these 2 teams. I'm going to kill them. Like, I'm probably going to throw two garbage teams at this, right? That are capable of killing this. That's not going to hurt me. I'm not going to use Insidious 6. I'm probably going to use Mighty Avenger somewhere of one of these 2 teams, right? And then the other one, I'm going to figure out something that works. I'm going to like, as soon as I see a team like this, it's almost a guarantee I'm sending the team at it, right? Because this is probably one of the teams I'm looking for. Normally this team's at the back of the room, but you know, this is somebody that's less engaged in war. So if I see this, I'm probably like, ooh, that's what I need. Let's go kill it. If I'm not sure that, if there's other things that I need these characters for, right? Like, let's just say that I possibly need Damon because I don't know what's at the back of the room. I hold this team. I just don't kill it. I move on. We go kill 4, 5, 6 and kill them, right? And then we intentionally, I work my way to the back without expending the big resources. I try to limit the dumb attacks, right? One of the big things that I think a lot of the bigger alliances are running into is Winter Guard has multiple homes right now, right? Winter Guard doesn't fit. There isn't something that fits Winter Guard's home in more than one spot. So a lot of times I'm on the hunt for somebody that's messed up their retcon, right? Because people do, like Kender, right? Kender's retcon's wrong. So I'm looking for a retcon I can kill for cheap, because I probably need to Winter Guard something that I need Winter Guard for on something else, right? So I'm looking for those areas where I know and I understand the meta, right? I understand what's actually probably hiding in the back, where the Blue Marvel is. But there's things that are weird, and you just run the weird stuff, right? So I play the room like I'm playing Crucible, and I'm going to clear it by myself, whether people help me or not. And I don't waste my attacks on dumb stuff, right? But I think a lot of people don't engage that way. And for me, we don't really war captain. When we do stuff, we have a general, we've taught the captains that where they understand the marking procedure, right? If we see something weird, then it's a little bit of a question mark, but for the most part, we just mark accordingly, and it's kind of spread out between 6 people. And occasionally, if we're stuck, right? Let's say we're staring at bridge. If we're stuck, and nobody's doing anything, and nobody wants to engage, I will usually go type stuff out for people. Sometimes I'll go say, hey, there's teams in chat, and then they'll go do teams, right? And they'll go do their attacks. If somebody severely messes up and continues to mess up, sometimes I'll DM them personally and explain stuff to them. And If it's like something big, like if it's just like the Alliance doesn't understand it, then we'll just make a channel for it and we'll just make a how-to guide, right? And we'll go that route. But I don't ever call the entire war. Never. Never ever. And I think this is a really big, like, I don't think that people have actually had to learn war, like and engage and get better at war as as a whole game since I've been with this game. There's the top 50, right, that are probably engaged with war, but that's the end of the list. So I do think it changes things. We mark rooms and tunnel to the big boys. We need to get people like, all their attacks and done in the first 3 to 4 to be able to clear bottom floors. Yeah, and so that was something we had to learn, Purple Brown, is we had to learn that certain people needed to go play in certain floors, right? And that was something I had to like instill in people. It took a minute. Because and still people aren't perfect at it. I'll be completely honest. People get overzealous, like realize where your account is compared to the Alliance, right? If you know that there is a snack hiding somewhere in this thing, which I always go look at this screen. I like this screen. Let's go find who the big person is, which I know it's Snack, right? And there's somebody that has 670 million TCP, and your top performer in your alliance, let's just call Stone out, right? Stone's kind of close to Snack a little bit, but he's not quite as big. Stone's 580 million. Well, Stone probably needs to go fight Snack. Just gonna be honest. He probably is the person that goes into it. I can attest that people aren't learning wars. Bears doing FFA as late just due to caller availability issues. It seems like nothing has been implemented on some of these people. Nothing has been imprinted on some of these people. Yeah. And do you see the Gilgamesh leaks? We did see the Gilgamesh leaks, Magnetic. I'm pretty excited for that one. I'm curious what kind of team that's gonna be, with Gilgamesh coming and only Gilgamesh. That is interesting that he's the only one called out in that. So we have Breaker and Gilgamesh, and two characters for sure missing, maybe 3. Hopefully. There's one character they don't show because it's the tower character. So the good characters in the tower. So do you think there's going to be a Mighty Eternal? Magnetic? Interesting. No, I don't think so. You just think it's going to be a tower character? It was like that with Riot 2. We named a week or 2 before Toxin. I think he's going to be a Quicksilver symbiote. Be like Quicksilver symbiote. He's just going to be a good character. Did you see that Google Play Store is now tracking your game time? I had no idea, Legendary. There's just little incentive to care that much. Any alliance that tries a bid is going to get Plat 3, 4, and then the season rewards sometimes don't. Now, that was true back in the old system. I agree. Everybody was Plat 3 or 4. There was like 0, and there still almost is 0, reason to care. But what would it take to care if they change rewards? And I do think Purple Brown called out a pretty good point. I will, I do think that's interesting with what you just said. So, as far as the leaderboard points, right? If you don't full clear and you're intentionally is that a problem? That could be. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how that plays out. I'm curious. I'm hoping that you're... Okay, let's just say 2 teams don't full clear. Do they get the points of equivalent to full clear? Okay, how do I want to say this? If you both don't full clear, should you both get points equivalent to full clear? What do you guys think? Let's just say you won, didn't full clear, but your opponent didn't full clear either. You both were heavily defensive. Should you get the equivalent of full clearing for leaderboards? Because they did say one thing, right? That kind of makes me think of this. And that was the tech thing, right? You get your tech points for not full clearing. You get defensive ones, right? If your team's still alive, you get points for them being alive, right? You won't, and some random ass alliance will jump you because they did. Should they though? If you have more trophies and you win against a hard opponent, and you didn't full clear and they didn't full clear, but you won, should you get less trophies than the alliance that full cleared and had an easy opponent? Or not trophies, but leaderboard points. Let me rephrase that. This isn't a problem. The problem is they didn't mention changes to the seasonal rankings. They also didn't mention updates to the seasonal rankings either, but that is a good conversation piece. I agree. And that's why I'm asking the question of what do you think should happen, instead of saying, hey, they didn't update this, right? Like, how do you differentiate like that scenario and make it like, do you think a full clear should always be the most amount of points? Do we emphasize offense? Correct, purple brown. I agree. That part I definitely agree with. If you're a tier above somebody, you should never be less than the tier below, because you should want more trophies than to move up. That's how they get individual care. There should be a seasonal rewards with bonuses for individual performance. I don't think individual performance is good, because that just makes people chase for like things. Like, this is a team-based mode. You win and lose as a team. There should be a base rule. So here's kind of what I'm thinking right now, and let me know what you think. I'm gonna speak out loud. I think personally, and I don't know the answer, if you both don't full clear, right? Both sides don't full clear. I think the winning team, and maybe I think actually what should happen is the rooms that are left over, right, should add to your points. Kind of like the tech does. Will it be the equivalent to a full clear? I don't know. I don't think so. I think a full clear probably should still be like ahead, because I think you should want a full clear. I think making insufferable war defenses for an entire alliance probably should be frowned on a little bit. I'll be honest. Like, I don't think that's actually healthy for the game. Doesn't mean I won't do it, but I don't think it's actually healthy. Insufferable defenses just makes people hate the mode. And if 24 people are doing it, they kind of probably should be punished for their leaderboard rank. Like, let's be completely real here. like, I think you should want to full clear, so I think incentivizing it a little bit is good. But I agree with you that, like, if both sides don't full clear, which I do think that's probably the direction we're moving, I think that you... I think it's actually turtle tax. Yeah, it's a turtle tax. It's a good way to put it. You should be turtle taxed. Does Amazing Avengers counter anything in war? Yes, but only at big. They do counter stuff in war. I don't know if mine's big enough to show you any of that, though. I only have a 2-star on Julio, and she doesn't perform. Like, a lot of them don't perform right now. Amazing event, or sorry, this kind of stuff loses pretty well to them. So there is things that they're good at. Let's see if I can do it. I don't know if I can. But BC on them instead of Hulk, and they do the some raid teams. I think they will counter stuff, but they're kind of like mine. And I haven't done Blade's Tower yet. I still haven't done it. AA can still beat meta defenses if you know what you're doing. They counter Starjammers and CC, not at 2-star. They'll find a niche. They'll find some places for sure. So this isn't like a crazy max team by any means. And they can do some damage here and kind of kill stuff. But if you don't have enough damage, what happens is they flip everything back in the positives and you lose. Or you time out, is what I've found. So if your team's like crazy small, it doesn't go well. If your team's not crazy small, it goes great. Like, I don't know if Blade's actually going to kill here. I don't think he does. My baby Blade that I haven't like gone and powered up yet. So they cleansed everything. Hulk's got offense down. Things are starting to happen bad. Perfect example is Aston's AA force defense. So you're kind of seeing what happens to this team. It doesn't go well. But Sentry instead of Hulk, I have a better place for Sentry. I don't need this team to have Sentry to be good. It's all dead. So yeah. I believe this team can actually win when it has enough diamonds and kills. But I didn't kill, so it lost. We can go do Starjammers too for funsies. Well, I'll go find a Starjammer team. Still looks promising? Right. Not as bad as I thought. I don't know that they actually win this. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, they will win. They have a chance in that eventually. This in a big form they don't beat. They time out and lose. We'll see if I can beat the smaller one. I'm actually not sure. I'm just gonna go for Sus. Alright, Sus got one shot. That's a lot better than what was happening. When Sus lives, it goes a lot worse. Alright, well, it looks like they might... Well, I want to say they're going to win, but I'm actually not sure they're going to win. I think they're going to win. But go do that on the bottom floor. Let me know how it goes with your 2-star team. So we go attack Snacks instead. So you can kind of see that it does work on that. What else? The idea that people use every team they have on every floor is what loses you wars. Yeah. Scaling matters, let's just put it that way, right? Here's Snacks. Now, this doesn't have the active war scaling, but kind of gives you a little better idea on perspective. That's a 5-diamond Nova. But you know how big Live War Nova and how scary he kind of is. So that's kind of fun. Let's go for Super Skull again. I don't remember if I kill him. I don't think I do. Yeah, he lives. Super Skull lives there, which is way less good. I still think you probably go for this girl. Well, and that goes back to like our conversation, right? And knowing where you play in a match, right, matters. Like when you consistently play the same floor, like your matches go better. You just understand where you belong. So now they're about to take 800 turns. And you saw Super Scroll lived, right? So now they get to do all this fun stuff to me. They're still going. Don't mind them, they're still going. It didn't kill Lily in time. They're still going. Oh, they're healing. And here comes Super Scroll. Boom! Oh, bye, Blade. Oh, bye, whoever that was. Alright, and I'm still... I can target things, but I still haven't killed Super Scroll. It depends on the plug-and-play tune you're throwing with. Why am I throwing plug-and-play tunes with these characters? What I want to know. I'm not giving them Mephisto. I'm gonna go use other teams. So, you guys kind of see how it really falls apart really quickly. That's kind of how they always feel. If Rachel kills them, they feel good. If Rachel doesn't kill them, they feel bad. Yeah, Hulk sucks. You're being mean. Oh, I'm sorry. Just give him Mephisto, guys. You'll be fine. This is one team I do know they beat. I need to revamp it, so that's why I'm showing it to you guys. And this team's not exactly good. This is probably my worst defensive team, and they do beat this. I think pretty handedly too, which is pretty cool. And the main reason that this works so great is you just do this. All right, game's over. They win. Literally one character that's the only character that does anything. Hulk also gets his butt literally handed to him. Some are just pre-taunts like Hulk. Yeah, Hulk needs buffed. I wish they would. What's wrong with the command center? Timby at 6 doesn't give credit. He was really strong when Gamma released, but this rework is bad. Well, see, and that's the conversation that I'm kind of like trying to like. That could be what the Eternals do. But here's where it gets interesting. So you guys realize that part of what makes this new update that they're doing pretty cool, the raid rule being active works for both sides, I'm pretty sure. So you turn the raid rule on, you all of a sudden have a raid team, right? That gets to attack another raid team, potentially with things hiding in the background, right? That's the cool thing about this new system, is poopy Avengers might be less poopy, right? And we haven't really talked... What's up, Wolverine? The 80 streak? That's pretty crazy. You're literally over 2 months. Moving up to 3. Actually wild. Brings back... Well, yeah, it could. Very well could. Like, you guys are gonna have... Like, people are gonna have to pay attention. If you know you have to clear a raid rule, right? A raid team, you are going to... And you guys know how the raid teams perform. Like, it's kind of rock, paper, scissors. Eventually it gets solved, but it takes a minute. Where am I trying to go? Like, you have the raids, right? What if you have a raid team that you have to beat? Which raid team goes there? Which raid team do you keep for offense? Which raid team are you worried about seeing if you have to see it? If you don't have the right raid team, do you run different raid teams throughout your setup? Kind of interesting conversation, right? The cool thing is hiding a shell people will get found out and stomped by some war alliance that are 700 ranks lower than should be. I don't think the shells will matter that much. I'm happy with the war update. It looks like a real update to the mode in all aspects. I'm pretty happy with it, Shanti. What other concerns do you guys have besides the leaderboard thing, which I kind of understand where you're going with that? We'll have to just see how it plays out. Hopefully they're willing to make changes if it doesn't play out well. What do you guys think about the rest of it? Is there anything that like makes you concerned or you think might be problematic? Imagine reinforcements. Retcon. I think as long as they don't monetize war tokens, it's a really cool change. That's a good point. Then drop Symbiote 6. Oof. Eternals probably stomp retcon. So there is possibility that the new war team is intended to be able to beat 2 waves. We don't know. That is a good, interesting interaction. That could be really cool. That's something we really haven't talked about. What if a war team's intended to be able to run 2 sets of waves? Icarus does kind of feel like that kind of character. That is kind of interesting. This is... So what happened... What happens to like stuff like this? So we know Red Hulk's a global buff, right? Here's us breaking the system, by the way. We know this guy's a global buff. What happens if he dies in the first half of the room and then Gamma spawns in the second half of the room on the second drop? Does Red Hulk's passive stay active for the next drop? Let me know. Nothing. Gamma is crap. Is it? If Maestro gets Red Hulk's buff, but Maestro doesn't have to have the tax of having Red Hulk on the field, is Maestro slightly better now? His passive, in theory, stays active. That's for them to test it and them to address weeks down the road. Yes. I don't know, but I think they need to be on the field at the same time. Interesting. You know, other characters that kind of make me, you know, that make me kind of like wonder that kind of stuff. What was it? Britain in his day, like in Crucible, just was always active, right? Even if you killed him. So like a character like that, like what if this was a war character version, right? And Britain just always turns speed bar off. Like where does he go, and is he in the first half of the wave or the second half of the wave, and does he stop speed bar always? I don't know. I'm sure I can check, but I'm just going to be a while. No, you don't have to, Magnetic. I'm just asking questions out loud. There will be edgy cases. I believe so too, Ashanti. And I think the people that figure it out will have an advantage. And you know, it will start to create a meta because of things like that. Now, I'm not saying those are good things to have in the game. Questionable, right? Usually niche things that don't make sense are not healthy for the game. There are a few exceptions, but we don't know is what I'm getting at, right? Like, and I don't like Daring Warriors. Daring Warriors having permanent block. Like, if an Emma is in the back of the field, You know, so here's a one. We know Emma slows you down if she exists on a dark dimension node, right? If an Emma is on a later wave in a dark dimension node, you are slowed down. That's the thing, right? And what happens if Emma Frost is on the back end of a war node? Does she slow me down? I don't know. Because I'll be honest, if I can put an Emma Frost on the back end of a war node, it's a pretty good character. When it doesn't take up a slot, right? When all she takes up is my reinforcement slot, but she's protected because she's a reinforcement, and I can turn on an effect, that's pretty dang strong. Also, I don't think you can actually know... Do you know who if reinforcements are visible? I don't think they are, right? Like, you just know there's reinforcement, but you don't know what character's there? They're fixing matchmaking. Color me happy. Let's go. So there's a lot of questions with this, right? And how things work. Yeah, you know the reinforcements are there, but not who. So that's where the question marking kind of comes in. That's dastardly. It might be a little devious. Might be bad for the game. It might like force drops, like kind of stuff like that is unintended design if it works that way. They say fix matchmaking and semi-admitted elo, but we'll see. Since they're basing trophy and skill, elo will apply the same form. Well, no, elo is gone. Trophies are elo, Lord Richter. So there is no elo anymore. They are giving us an eight war cycle for people to move up but not down. So elo can only go up. And remember, not everyone's going to have reinforcement mods. I think that's true, Ashanti. I think not everyone will have the same mods. I think's what you mean by that, right? Like you select what you want, and if somebody goes more offensive than defensive, then you wouldn't have a reinforcement depending on where you're at in that tree, right? Because it all costs the points, and you earn points based on that, and everybody earns it probably. If your alliance is full clearing and you're versing an alliance that's not full clearing, you're going to end up in the situation where you might have a difference in a level, right? Elo goes for only 2 months, as they state in the video. Well, no, it should be 3 months, right? It's the same time as the boost. It's the chapter. It's equivalent to this system. Well, should we be telling people how to build their system? That's an interesting conversation. I feel like the answer is I should be telling people what to do. Because letting people decide their own fate is usually not good, right? Yeah, it should be, Nick. I want to talk about that. Because people could make bad decisions. Or what we would deem as bad decisions. Also, depending on the mods they make in the future, could very well play into taxing people, right? Which could be really cool. So war captains can and probably will recommend, still players will decide to take that advice. Well, and I don't know what happens if you move alliances. Did they say that the war tech goes with them? Because I assume it's player, right? It's not alliance. Kind of like how the boost system goes with you. And what is it, the donation system? I think that one does too, right? Like, I forget. It's player base. So if you pick up a player mid-season, you're getting whatever they've done with their boost system, right? It's just quarterly progression. And there's no reset button. So it is what it is. recommended boosting hybrid retcon Shadow Conclave BM Mephisto hybrids for defense. There's gonna be some interesting stuff, Lord Richter. Because you can build some kind of cool teams. But let's just, I mean, if there's two, like, okay, for example, let's just say you have a let's just use the raid teams, right? I like the raid rule. I think it's really cool. So let's just say you have a raid team up on display with a raid rule. What do you put behind the raid team to force a drop at that point, right? They're going to have raid rules active. It's probably a war team that goes behind them that turns speed bar off and murders them. Like, probably, right? Like, it's very possible that, like, let's just use, for example, I almost want to use Spider Society because I bet you they almost get reworked this season. Let's just say that Spider Society was reworked in his brand new team. What if Spider Society's on defense with all their raid rules active and they've been updated to new stats and Shadow Conclave's be hiding behind them? Sounds a little scary to me. Sounds really scary to me, just for an example. So now players will have preferences. Well, and I think offense buffs versus defense buffs, and it probably matters, right? So do we know if we can have multiple boosts per room? I do not believe so, Berserker. I think you can have a boost and a reinforcement. I believe is the correct answer. I believe. Because those were two different things, right? From the way it looked. Because we know reinforcements look like... If I have it open still. This one.
The upgrade side has an of PvE stuff, like you knock out.
So you have this, right? This menu over here, I think, is how you set your reinforcements, and you set your boost with like this button, right? You select your thingy and it goes there, I believe. So I think you can have both. So the reinforcement is not a boost. I don't believe so. I think that is a double. It's like a double dip. So I believe, Berserker, that if you boost a room and reinforce it, both teams get boosted. I believe. I agree, Ashanti. I think it looks really nice. So that's how I think it works. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. So that's how I think it works. So I think that, like, for example, what happened? You guys want to hear another tactical way that you probably can get a win? You know that revive mechanic that didn't look very good, right? Go put two teams there with revives. Let me know if you time out. Let me know how that goes for you. Also, the Black Cat may not remove both of them, because I'm pretty certain the Black Cat can only remove the first one. Because of her on-spawn effect, right? So, that's kind of interesting. There's some pretty cool things you can do with this stuff. When you start combining the revive, like all of these systems together, right? Caps will need to talk with each member. Setting this is going to be difficult. I will be honest, Ashanti. I will be completely real with you. It's going to be difficult. If they want offense or defense. Do you think it's more beneficial to tell people which way to go, or how do you think it's Hmm. How do you think it plays? How do you think it? How do you think Alliance should play? Should they be full defense? Should they be hybridized? Should they be offense only? How should they select their things? What do you think's right? So will this remove the boosts and extra attacks that are in the store? No, Lord Richter, I believe you can still have 14 attacks and boost. Offense only wars. I don't think offense only wars will be a thing, purple brown, personally. To be honest, it will be a pain for any alliance in cap that loves the mode. Read again. Offense only loses wars. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I agree. Offense only loses wars. It's really hard to play offense only. You have to like be perfect, and being perfect is hard. From what I don't know how to play perfect, so it is what it is, right? Has not a system I understand. I'm pretty certain that I honestly think, guys, being completely real, outside of like Galactus, I don't know that anybody's full clearing. I'm being completely honest. You throw Nihilus in the mix, you throw Retcon and whatever goofy defense teams they create, right? Rip will of course. Sure. Let me know, Magnetic, how that goes for you. It's way too much. I don't think people are full clearing. I think people are going to have to be tactical about what they do. I do think that, like, loading a room into Oblivion might be really dumb. It may not go well, right? Like, let's just use for... Also, certain rooms are worth different points still, right? That system's still in. Norky is really good at this game. You know, he spent so much time on it. That's not good strategy for most alliances. Why? Why do you think not full clearing is not good strategy? I don't think people are full clear. I haven't, at least from my impression so far. So, let's just use last war. I think I dropped 5 hits total. How many did I drop? Can I see last war? Nope, not that button. We won. We barely won, but I freaking murdered them. I murdered these guys. Participation. I got 19 defensive victories, and I dropped 4 attacks out of 28. Technically, in this new system, if I had done this, I would have been on par with full clearing, right? That's a lot. That's a lot, guys. Let's see. How many of my alliance mates would have been? Rizzle would not have been. Rick would not have been. Nard would not have been. Nate would have not have been. Bionic was. Kender didn't do enough attacks, but was on potential. Sky didn't do enough attacks, but was potential. Jinko could have potentially, right? Stone could have potentially. Rick did not. Narn did not. Huntress had potential. Rizzle could not. Bay Boss potential. Dougie potential. An enemy potential. Nazir would not. Ashbringer not. G-Force not. G-Force potential. Danny potential. Lord potential, right? So, just by the information that we have there was a good chance I didn't full clear last war, right? Just off of what we see. That's not even counting, like, reinforcement teams or any of the other craziness that can happen. Like, to full clear is a pretty aggressive war. A pretty aggressive war, guys. It's not going to be easy to full clear because you're going to run into walls of D. Yeah, you're going to run into some thick Ds walking hate. You're going to run into unknown reinforcement teams. You're going to run into freaking jack-in-the-box like trap cards, right? You're going to walk into my trap card because you don't know what the reinforcement team is and my mod that I stuck there unless you know all my rooms. And in which case you still have to figure it out completely, right? Like I seriously think that the intent is that you don't fool. Then you have to here comes the strategy part, right? Let's say that the goal is not to full clear, that's just what Scopely wants. So let's go further than this. Which rooms do you not clear? Which room are you skipping? Are you skipping hangar that's worth 15,000 points? Are you skipping armory that's worth 15,000 points? Are you not clearing cargo bay that's loaded to the moon with defense? Are you not killing bridge? What are you not killing? It's difficult. Now there's a little strategy involved. All of a sudden you have to pick which room you're going to leave behind. Starts to be at least a little interesting. Time to go back to Kraken alliances. They will full clear easily compared to the lowered skill. Okay, so they full clear every time. Eventually they verse each other. Do they full clear then? I don't think they do. What, do they just play dodge each other over and over? Eventually they verse each other. I mean, honestly, I think the leaderboard has consolidated, minus Galactus, right? Everybody else has consolidated decently. Rip is 13-9. Pimps is 13-3. Hulk or Scrubs is 13-3. QP is 13-3. X Academy's 12-3. Oh no, sorry, QP is 12-3. Okay, so there is a billion drop from 4 to 5. Then there's about 10 alliances that are pretty similar, right? 15. Yeah, QP and them have a 12, right? Alright, there's 3 alliances that are pretty similar. And then there's a drop again. So then it goes 7. Let's just go 8 to where? Let's go 11. 8 to 17 is like a bracket of people. And then it goes 18. Let's go 10-8. When's the next billion drop? The next billion drop is at 50. 18 to 50, there's another 30 alliances. Right? Since the like restructuring of everybody. Alright, and then we go 53 to 100 is basically a billion, right? It's pretty healthy overall, right? Minus like a few like exemptions. Go to New Age at 3. One of their top 4 TCPs has no clue how to play. What are we talking about? Get someone to pilot as commander. I don't understand, but okay. Could be. Been playing for about 2 years. Most time splitters talking shit on your alliance. I have no idea. You always have people that have zero. There are people in every alliance that don't have a clue. Gonna be completely honest. There are people that are way less informed. They just are. They don't want to be as informed. That's how they play the game. That's where the captaining thing comes in, and you need to be a war captain and kind of explain things a little bit. That's why I was kind of asking how you guys interacted with as a war captain, right? Like, and we heard some answers where everybody's like, well, I call every single attack. I'm like, I called every single attack, I'd shoot myself. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. I literally would be like, gross. So that's kind of like, I'd rather do karaoke with my clients than do war. Sometimes you play with people with a literal head injury. We'll have to watch the leaderboard closely for war. Skill will change the more people start to get Annihilus, and will change the leaderboards for war. Annihilus definitely matters, but we'll see. I beat all the Annihiluses I versed this week, so actually, believe it or not, I believe some of the drops I had in this alliance that we versed. Who was this that we versed? Oh, this was Ravagers. I killed 2 Annihiluses in this one. So, believe it or not, guys, when I did my my kills, I dropped 4 of my. I had 4 drops, right? I had 2 on each account. I killed Annihiluses. That's why I have drops. So yes, Annihilus was 100% going to play a role in the upcoming war meta. It's also going to be probably part of the reason that people don't full clear. Gonna be completely real. When you have to sack Annihilus and then still somehow clear 12 rooms, probably is going to make this pretty difficult. Just saying. How long was that nap? What did I type last? Last thing you said was, is it bedtime? When was that? Can I see? I don't know how to see your timestamp. Is this a story? I'm glad you slept well, Johnny. Annie is a reinforcer. They changed the new pimps on the player card we carry menu in war using AI. Then built up Maestro. I think so too, Johnny. I think full clears are going to be a thing of the past. Which I do think... Do we think full clears add value to war as far as the complexity, or remove value? What do you guys think? I think it adds value, if done right. You think it removes value? So, okay, I think we're saying the same thing, old-timey. I think if rooms are left, so full clearing removes value. No full clear. I think there's more value in not full clearing because of the room, like, point differences, right? I think that actually makes a difference. Like, because you actually might care. You might care about putting the bridge down here now, right? You might care about, all of a sudden, you might care about putting one of these rooms down here. Right? Maybe? Possible. Right. Well, there might be a point in the war at some point that you go, okay, guys, we've dropped too many attacks. We're now going to abandon a room, right? There might be like a mid-war call at some point where you have to make that decision, which I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, if you're let's just say we're 40 drops in. 40 drops in. How many drops is that per player? 40 drops in divided by 24 is 1.6. So the number that needs to be 24 times 2. If you're 48 drops in, you need to start thinking about which room you're not full clearing. You're already at that point. If there's 12 rooms each. That's the number. So you're going to have to decide when are you going to start abandoning stuff. So to drop 2 rooms, now dropping 2 rooms is pretty unlikely, right? That's 84 drops, probably a little excessive. Sorry, 48 times 2, I did that wrong. 96. I swear I can math. You know, dropping 2 rooms, probably a little excessive. Like, you probably deserve to lose at that point. But we don't know. Yeah, I think there's more strategy involved here, which I do think's good. I think this is a lot better system than the what was it? The game of life that we were playing originally with the maze. When we were doing that, and like, oh, don't clear this room in this way, right? What is the ratio of importance impact regarding defense offense focus percent defense offense? What is the impact ratio of the impact regarding defense to offense? Focus on percent defense. I don't know what you mean by that, Brewer. I don't understand. Yeah, it wasn't uncommon, not clear in the old days. I agree, Walking Hate. But that was a long time ago. It hasn't been that way in a long time. I believe it. So right now, Berserker, I believe there are 12 rooms and up to 20 reinforcements. Those 20 reinforcements can be spread out over the 12 rooms. Oh, 100% offense or 100% defense or somewhere in between. I think what's going to happen is I think you're going to hybridize more than you think. Running a hybrid setup's probably the most comfy. There could be, so here's the problem. If you run 2 super rooms, right? If you run 2 super rooms and everybody already knows walking into the war that one room is an unclearable, you just kick out the hardest room. So, unless it's the highest point room, and then you kick out the second hardest room, or the third hardest room, depending on the points, right? Which kind of gets interesting, which kind of encourages a couple players to be heavily defense, because they're in those point rooms, right? It also encourages some players that, you know, some players to be heavily offense, to deal with those rooms. So I don't know that we know the answer to that question yet. It's going to be an interesting one to figure out. I don't know the right answer for how you should build your points either. Here's where it gets a little tricky. We know this text here, right? We don't know whether you should be an offense or defense player. We don't know if you should try to hybrid. We don't know how punishing it is to have an extra room, right? An extra room is a pretty hefty mod. That's a really strong mod. We don't know that information. We don't know how important it is to have a reinforcement team drop down. We don't know how important that is. I can tell you that I probably right now, seeing what we've seen in the thing, I probably am valuing reinforcement teams and extra rooms probably above everything else right now. But there could be things that are worth it, right? I think it's going to change people's playstyle. Some people like playing heavy D and some like playing heavy offense. I agree with that, Walking Hate. I think that there might be certain things that like you just learn that they're better than others, and you just do it anyways, right? Even if your playstyle is that, like it might be an extra room might just be too good, right? Having 12 rooms might be way more impactful than having 10 rooms and all the offense mods, right? Just because the enemy now has 2 less drops that they potentially are allowed to have because they have to clear those rooms. I think they'll update the rewards. Jeff is just stale. Jeff is getting stale. Yeah, maybe. I have a feeling Jeff's just a catch-up mechanic, to be honest. I wonder if they'll put I wonder if the Eternal character goes there. I wonder if Gilgamesh or something goes there for the season. We're gonna have to make sure people set the mods on the least something though. Finding out which mods. So I believe people are gonna be able to see that. I believe it's gonna look something like this. So like you have a mod here and you have a mod here and you can see that they're like reinforced. I think on the practice screen you can see that too, I believe. So I think as a captain you'll be able to see that information. Pretty sure. You guys aren't seeing it. There you go. Now you can see it. Sorry. Are the offense and defense tokens earned separately, or do you have to choose? It's only one token. There is not an offense and defense token, from what I understand. Did we see a thing that's made you think offense, defense? One token. It's one token, you can spend it on it, right? So there's a couple things that are free in the tier, and then there's like a choice on what you want to spend your 1,000 points on. Gonna mean changing defense like weekly, because we unlock more mods every war. It's gonna be fun for some and giant pain in the butt for some. And you may not have to change it every single time, Walking Hate. I don't think that's where it gets tricky, and hopefully they plan this accordingly. When you unlock an extra reinforcement or an extra room, that is a big milestone as far as like an update to defense. So I hope they kind of plan that accordingly.
It's all.
I don't think like an extra mod completely overhauls the defense. I don't think.
Will be free to claim. You don't need to worry about spending any progression points on those.
Gotcha. And that's all can be found in the war tech tree. And how do we progress through the war tech tree?
On an attack and that squad gets cleared, then you get points for it. Those will give you points. You'll also get points for war defense. Basically, as an alliance, however many squads that you have remaining at the end of a war, you'll get rewarded per squad.
And see, this is a reason that having defense is going to matter. This is why offense will not be a thing. Offense only. Because if you clear them, right? Let's just say you cleared them, and you also had a whole lot of teams alive, you're going to gain extra points, right?
And then there's also a contingency for if your alliance full clears, everyone gets the full point. So you don't need to worry about kind of managing your alliance mates to make sure everyone gets an equal number of attacks. Like as long as there are no attacks to be had, everyone will just get full attack bonuses basically. And then there's also an update to alliance donations that I believe will also be giving some of these war tokens, we are calling them.
Now that part is a little interesting. That probably means we can convert cores into that currency, which might be interesting. Full clear is so important now. It really is, Ashanti. Full clear is a big deal as far as your points goes. I think it's intended to be rare. And I'll be honest, guys, they have a lot of control in this. If they don't, I'm sure Scopely didn't say it, right? They didn't tell us what they actually want. It's very likely that they have an intention with what they want to achieve, and if they're not achieving it, they release a better team, right? They release a team that doesn't have a counter, and you get more drops, and guess what? The ward is not cleared. I can see people starting to move from one ally to another to not fall behind. Maybe. Possibly, Ashanti. It is going to create, like... So this has, like, the tendency to be a snowball. I'm curious how that plays out. Like, an alliance that full clears the entire time, right? How far ahead in mods are they? Versus an alliance that clears 30% or 50% or whatever, right? That's kind of a question mark. You know, how big of a difference is that making it for war? And the other question, are they even versing each other? Right? If let's just use Walking Hate for example. Walking Hate, what if you and I are versing each other and you clear 50% of your wars, right? You get full mod value. I never clear my war, right? Do we verse each other? I don't know. Do you have a mod advantage on me because you full clear 50% of your wars, meanwhile I get defensive bonuses for not letting my opponent clear? That I don't know. I don't know how that's going to play out over the course of a 3-month period, right? Recruitment request. We full clear every time. Well, if that's... Do you guys think it'll get toxic because there's only two drops allowed per player? Yes. Oh my god, you dropped more than 2 attacks. Fired. Kicked. Banned immediately. Drop kicked and sent into the stratosphere. Interesting. So you think people are going to be ruthless because of this? War is either toxic or uncaring, no middle ground. For competitive alliances, at least. The cluster might get more relevant. I think these changes are extremely anti-mixed bucket alliances. That's an interesting take, Cross. I actually didn't really think that. They were looking for every advantage. The extra rooms and reinforcements will come into play. Hardcore allies are already hardcore. Yeah, I agree, Walking 8. Really depends on what the rewards we get. Okay, let's just say there's no rewards. What we have is what we have. If somebody drops 3 attacks, are you kicking them? I'm not. We might have to, try to do some teaching and training, but I don't think I'm kicking them. I'd like to play war, but hopefully, honestly, and we'll have to see how matchmaking is so important to this, because honestly, it should matter on who you verse, right? I wonder how much competition is supposed to exist around people up there, right? Not even close. Or they do what they're supposed to do. They can't blame them. Video stuck on Uatu. I haven't played it. Do you want to play it? You want me to play it again, Mostef? I mostly have been just jumping to like screens to be able to show you guys stuff. Here, we'll put Max back on the screen. There you go. No, casual war players are going to move up hardcore allies for more work. I think overall this whole system should make people want to play the mode a little more. I think it's going to be more fun. I could see some overinvestment, like kind of what people were saying. I don't remember who said royalty. Where people could be toxic or uncaring. I do think that middle ground's tough. Middle ground is really tough if you don't like it. But that's true in all alliance modes, right? You want people to want to do the same thing you want to do. It makes a complicated mode more complicated. I would agree with that, Nick. Unless the rewards are there, any other changes is worthless. Do you not find the mode fun, Time Splitter? Like, if this was the changes, do you think this is a fun enough mode to just play? Do you enjoy it enough to go in there and do your attacks, try to perform well, and move about your day? I mean, Crucible we don't play because it's rewarding, right? That's kind of the question now. And I do think that they do want to give rewards. They said in the video, right? Whether we agree that they're rewards, that's another question, but that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, do we think it's fun enough? People want to return for their time, so mostly the community is going to look at rewards. Is this a good ROI? I agree. I do agree, because I do think that war is so I've always thought war is a huge time commitment. Most war nights take me half the night to do war, if not more. Can you take a look at the new war knockout rewards? Can I see that? Are they in-game, or are you talking about in this video, Carter? don't know if they show it.
In combat, take what's your state ranking system stuff will be a lot more.
I don't think they show it.
Promo code. Enter this at Marvel Strike Force.
Will be a lot more of a skill system.
In game. Okay. Yup. Go there. Okay, we're in game. You want to see the knockout system. I believe it's still the same. I'm not aware of it changing. I still think you get a +10. Pretty sure. People are upgrading Icarus in my alliance. Hope Icarus is a rework, by the way. I see that happening. So I believe the way the knockout system works right now, just to give a little bit of information, normally there's a +10 here, right? If you drop an attack, it goes to a +8. If you drop 2 attacks, it goes to a +6. Drop 3, it's a +4, and you drop 4, it's a +2. You drop 5, it's a +0. Anything more than that, you don't lose points, right? But you are losing points in the fact that you just can't clear enough rooms at that point. You know, that's the other problem. I honestly think Icarus and Cersei and Hyperion. I honestly hope it's not a Hyperion. Hyperion's a pile of poopy. But I think you're right, Magnetic. I'm hoping it's only 2 characters. I'm hoping it's Icarus, Cersei, Gilgamesh, and 2 more characters. Personally. I'm hoping Hyperion stays in his corner. He's so bad. There's an orb not in the game yet. It's in the league info. The league info. Let's go look. What is in that? ID Gotcha Crate ISO 8 LV token name. Well, it sounds like it's ISO 8. Interesting. LV usually means level. Token and description, we have no idea. I don't love that it says Gotcha Crate, but you know, gotcha is not a word I usually like. Two. And they said we're all moving the diamond, right? We're all going here. Like golden training mat orbs. All of them are gotcha. Yeah. Like Phoenix did. Hyperion might get a rework though, like Phoenix did. Video had Icarus, Cersei, and Hyperion, and their stats were huge. Where did you see that cross? Is that in here? Do we see them on defense or something? What's up, Trey? Go to Mobile Gamer's video? Okay.
League was, which determined what your win and loss rewards were. But then that didn't determine your matchmaking.
Do we know which video it is? He did 2 today. Does Eternals rework?
Across this Reddit post, which maybe this is where Anima got the information. message saying, hey, take a look at this. Do you see how big the Eternals are? They're huge.
That's super interesting. The Eternals are monster-sized. So Icarus and Cersei, I would say, are definitely reworks. How do we know Hyperion?
Huge. They're bigger than Silver Surfer Breaker. And then right here, they have a modifier. So this is all a part of the new war thing where there's going to be new seasonal mods and boosts.
That's
they
probably
show
because
Eternals
I was coughing.
And sent me.
I was pretending to be walking hate off mic. I was definitely coughing up a lung. There you go. Got 3.4 and 3.8. He's bigger than 3 Diamond Breaker, which is pretty crazy. That tells me the Eternals are pretty well statted, or at least their boost is making them pretty well statted. Because 3 Diamond Breaker is pretty beefy. So that's interesting, by the way. It means Icarus and Cersei are going to be beefy. We can calculate his power, I think. There is one screen where 3 of them are on a team. So we'll take the team power minus those 2. Oh, really? Is it in the video? Do I just need to go find that screen?
Discord's message saying, hey, take a look at this. Do you see how big the Eternals are?
I'll find it.
Alliance.
Our First Strikes team time and our
Oh, the next thing on.
product owner X. That's a
Rules doing any out. They will defend as far as tiers that you got. Be a down for squad it up in a way. And Dirk is tree attack that you made for the side. But the idea is that you're going to be
Are they here?
able to take these defensive combat mods and put them on whichever individual squad that you'd like. So by default, squads won't have any. As you earn them through the war tech tree, you're going to be able to take one that's let's see here, maybe at or squad, the big one upgrade on defense. At least next to it, that's going to be applying. Yeah, is let play.
You only had 4 teams set there, so it's definitely not there.
Able to do in PvP.
Stop
It's going to
here.
play similarly
Shadow
to
Conclave.
kind of PvE stuff. Like you knock out the first wave, the second wave drops down, and how it works on the upgrade side is you're going to be getting, whenever you get an upgrade, it lets you put
There he is. Mr. Negative is there too, guys. Anyone see Mr. Negative? Right next to Hyperion? Though, Hyperion's not... Hold on. He doesn't look that big. He has a stat increase. I don't think Hyperion's on the team. I think he's not. So my Hyperion is where? Where are you, Hyperion? You're a piece of shit and you're somewhere up here. There's my Hyperion. Mine's definitely bigger than that, because I have a 5 diamond. I think there counts all 3 diamond. He's below 2.9. Shall we go look at Hyperion on the website? Can we go look at Hyperion on the website? Hold on. Shall we reverse
5 more
engineer a little?
characters in a reinforcement.
Do we know what purple they're at? We don't. Let's just assume they're purple 5 or 4. I'm gonna go with 5. We'll figure out if that's actually what it is. It's all stats, right? Stats. We know he's below 2.9. Make him a raider. I don't know, striker. Let's maybe go striker. $2.7. Does that feel reasonable? Also, we'll go check Mr. Negative here in a minute too. I think Hyperion's not reworked. I think Icarus and Cersei are. I guarantee you Hyperion's not a part of it. Look him in. How's it going? What did you redeem? Not according to the plan. I love it. I need to redo some of those ones. We need to work on some of that. I appreciate you. All right, let's look at Mr. Negative. So Mr. Negative we know is under 2.9 also, right? Hold on. I don't know how big a bit Mr. Negative even is at that point. You guys are seeing the screen, but it's all like broken right now. Hold on. The all stat screen is still like a pile of poopy. I didn't know a spreadsheet could work so poorly. All right, I need to just stop clicking. It needs time. It needs to think. What's up, Sledge? Oh, how many times did I click it? I made a mistake, guys. Okay, it refreshed. All right, Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative looks like he might be a rework. It's looking quite possible. You just been sitting here waiting and watching? I've never made a mistake in my life, that's true. I'm perfect. Said no whatever. Okay, Mr. Negative is definitely a rework. Mr. Negative has 1.8 million power. And Mr. Negative in this screen has substantially more. I think people grab the wrong character on the rework plan.
So you'll have X number of reinforcements that you can allocate at any given time. And then there's, of course...
So it's Mr. Negative that's a rework. It's not Hyperion. We figured it out. Oh, that's so interesting. Mr. Negative is on the Scorpion team. I called it. I wonder who else is on the Scorpion team. That's wild that people grab the wrong information there. Watch
do kind of PvE stuff, like you knock out the first wave, the second wave drops down. And how it works on the upgrade side is you're going to be getting, whenever you get an upgrade...
so how much... A Nihilus with 3 diamonds has 3.2 million stats. Cersei and Icarus have more stats than a Nihilus. Kind of interesting. We can't see their HP bar. I wish we could. They're gonna be now. They're cheating a little bit. I think they have their eternal. I don't know if they have their eternal tag not. That's what I'm thinking too, Nick. Is I'm thinking they might be war boosted, but I think you have to assign the room before you can boost them, right? In the new system, they are glowing. Like, there's not a global buff anymore, I don't think. I wonder how that works. If they're still... Did they say they're still doing global buffs? Or are those all just gone? It's a room buff? And we don't know what this room was actually assigned as? Does he show it?
Set a second wave on defense in war, which is something that I don't think players have ever been able to do in PvP. It's going to play similarly to kind of PvE stuff, like you knock out the first wave, the second wave drops down. And how it works on the upgrade side is you're going to be getting, whenever you get an upgrade, it lets you put 5 more characters in a reinforcement wave. So you'll have X number of reinforcements that you can allocate at any given time. And then there's, of course, just rewards as well, which those will be free to claim. You don't need to worry about spending any progression points on those.
Gotcha. And that all can be found in the War Tech tree. And how do we progress through the War Tech tree?
It's jam-packed right now. The idea is that it's all very engagement-based. So
I want to see the
war
other
attacks
pictures.
and war assists. So assist meaning if you help out on an attack, and that's how it worked before. This wasn't necessarily disclosed, but I know a lot of our players kind of figured it out. We had the trophies, which kind of determined what your league was, which determined what.
So Deadpool, She-Hulk are 2.4. So these guys are boosted right now. Shadow Conclave is boosted in what it looks like a striker attack room, but I don't think that's a damage buff. I think that's like bleeds or something, right? I wonder, are there still global buffs? I think there is, right? I think Hyperion will be part of the team, and the final tune will come from the tower. No time splitter. I don't think so. We just reversed engineered him, and going back to here, it looks like Hyperion did not get new stats, from what we can tell. I do not think he joined the team. You can see it here. So watch the screens.
You knock out the first wave, the second wave drops down.
You can see Icarus and Cersei, 3.4 and 3.3. These are, if this is the Eternal room, right, and they're boosted, they're still really, really, really big. Watch Hyperion where he is.
And how it works on the upgrade side is you're going to be getting, whenever you get an upgrade, it lets you put.
You see Hyperion, he's below Riot right now. If he was boosted, and I just went and did the math for him, he's like 2.7 right now at that stat line, which puts him just below Riot, somewhere in that range. And boosted would probably put him just under him. So what was the Eternal buff? It was 15%, right? I think it was 15. Where did we see the Eternal buff? It was like back here. It's 15%. That's possible. Versus the OGs. You think he did get reworked? I think he didn't, though. Where did it go? Mr. Negative definitely did, though. There's no doubt in my mind on him. I'm gonna do Hyperion, because Hyperion, if those, we think that's 15% boosted right now, which I do think it is, then he probably should be bigger than Riot. This is the current stats, right? He's 2.823. Let's just go 3. Let's give him 3. 2551. Let's do that times 15. I don't know if that's quite how that's calculated, but let's just do it. 2551 410 times 0.15, right? Plus 2551 410. 2934121. What is what was Riot at? That would put him above Riot. Interesting. He's definitely striker. That's with current stats, by the way. That's current stats 3 diamond. Hyperion isn't glowing, he's not eternal. Ooh, good call out. That's true. He's not glowing. If defensive wins and assists add up into efficiency, then the game is flipped upside down. MVP will never again be what it is now in War Wins. Will be so much strategy for offense and defense. This new war looks layered in like a cobweb. I think we're really looking at the tip of the iceberg. I kind of do too, old timey. I think it's gonna be good. I'm kind of excited for it, to be honest. Not according to the current tags in game, which says he is internal. That's true. Like, they can change it, right? And that doesn't mean that this is glowing because this is eternal. This could be glowing because this says Eternal
X
Supreme
number of
is
it
the
lets you
really
put 5
the
more.
fire
How it
characters,
works
right?
on the upgrade side is
Maybe
you're
I can
gonna
grab it.
be
I can see.
getting whenever you get an upgrade,
I'm gonna
it
try to
lets you
catch it.
put 5.
He's not on fire. Did I get Icarus and Cersei?
And how it works on the upgrade side is you're going to be getting whenever you get an upgrade.
I don't know. It's interesting to see. Cersei is definitely glowing. Hyperion is not. For what it's worth. Hyperion is not. Also, the character that's not glowing that I find very interesting is right here. I wonder what he's for. What is Mr. Negative actually doing? They also hinted at the arena team. Is the arena thing closer than it actually like appears? It's kind of interesting. I'll listen to the arena thing again. Why would they talk about this now?
We technically have Crucible and Arena under our purview as well. And so the next thing that we're doing is going to be you could almost call it an update to Arena. It's more of a spiritual successor to Arena, and it's going to be a brand new game mode where you can use your Arena characters in a brand new way. And I'll kind of leave it at that for now, but hopefully I'll be back soon to talk more about that.
Really looking forward to seeing all.
That's quite the hint, by the way. What is Mr. Negative actually for? Is he for War? Crucible? Arena? Is Arena like really, really soon and it's been like uber duper top secret and we just didn't know it? I mean, it's kind of interesting. It looks to me like he's not a war character, which is not what I anticipated. That was not on the bingo card today. I'm thinking he's definitely not for war.
The upgrade side is you're going to be getting, whenever you get an upgrade, it lets you put 5 more characters in a reinforcement wave. So you'll have.
And I'm not saying that he isn't still a war character, because he very well could be. It's just interesting he's not glowing. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean that the glowing thing he's not broken. It could be Hyperion's supposed to be glowing too, and we just don't know it. Like, we're just, digging in the weeds a little bit here. I think for sure he is a rework character. I just don't know what. Hyperion doesn't have the Timeless Eternal tag when it pops up, I think. Oh, is that the tag that they're using? Hold on. Can we see it?
It lets you put 5 more characters.
Team up Timeless Eternal.
In a reinforcement wave. So
he does not have the Timeless Eternal tag. Hyperion is not on the team. It's a new tag. He's Eternal, but he's not Timeless Eternal. That is a good catch. Oh, Mr. Negative's a fabulous character. Very, very good. Very excited for whatever rework they do with that character. I really like Mr. Negative as a character. He's always been fun. His little minion he spawns and mind controls, like, sign me up. I'm in. I'll find a use for him. So, I'm super interested in... They leaked a lot of information in a 10-minute video, guys. There's so much here. Because I honestly think that I'm wondering if this spiritual suppressor might be very, very soon. I'm wondering if the arena thing might be super. Oh, I 100% leaked purposely, Magnetic. 100%. They were very top notch on leaking right now, right? I think there was leaks in here. Also super interesting that we put Nightcrawler in here. Like, a Ghost Spider probably is a guarantee. Kestrel kind of like leaks their, like, they've leaked a lot. Kestrel like Kestrel's very intentional. They didn't put her in the focal point for no reason, right? That just looks like his office. It's not uncommon for them to edit stuff before they like put them on camera. So I wouldn't be surprised if they move stuff. Yeah, it's never just their office. They'll go grab Easter eggs and then put them in there, then put them on camera intentionally because it's something fun to do, right? 100% think that's why it was. I also think Pathfinder had leaks too, right? I 100% think there's leaks here. And I think it might be Cyclops and or Psylocke and Colossus is who I think it might be over here on this one. I don't know what the Mr. Fantastic means because that one confuses me. I have no idea what that part's all about. Mr. Fantastic is back, just a mini stash. So there's a lot of things about this that kind of go, I think we're gonna find out a lot this week. Easter eggs when the Doomsday trailer came out. The Doomsday trailer releasing today, and I'm betting. I wonder if they had some embargoes that they were waiting on. I bet you that's what it was. I bet you Scopely had embargoes that they were waiting on release information for before they could release their stuff. Or teasing and things like that. It wouldn't put it past them. You know, just like the Envoys have embargoes, I wouldn't be surprised if Scopely has embargoes too. Reading between the lines. You know, and it goes back to what I think's in the Doom movie. This guy could be a part of a team. I don't know where he goes because there is, and I've shown you guys this already. The Doomsday poster, right? That one. I don't know what they do with it. Where is it? There's so much that goes on in that poster, which I found super interesting. Where is it? Why can't I find it? This one. Freaking Instagram. Can I open it? Yeah. Not great, but it'll be work. I was wondering what they're going to do with this side. Because Fantastic Four, technically, they already used. But I do think the Fantastic Four plays a important role in the Doom movie. Which might be the Mr. Fantastic, like, reference that's on there. It's very questionable. I also think Shang-Chi might be part of the Doctor Strange, Clea, Dormammu stretch. Which might be a part of the Doom movie. Well, it's not going to be the Doom movie, but it might be what Scopely does. It might be how they, like, pivot Shang-Chi into something while also touching a bunch of other characters that they want to touch. While still referencing the Doom movie with Shang-Chi, right? Could be something they do. This picture is really shitty, but this character has a tiara on. Mystique has a tiara on in this picture, which is kind of interesting. Might be something to going on there. So there's some cool things too. Also, he's got the broken hammer. I very much expect this character is coming to the game. When, I don't know, but you guys just saw the Doom movie. I was pretty certain it was going to be for the Doom movie, and I'm certain it's the Doom movie now because of the scene, right? Of him sucking the hammer away from Thor. Infinity War Thor, probably a rework, right? Is that Falcon, not Cap Sam? Cap Sam's here. He's over here, I think, somewhere. I think Cap Sam's over here. This is Cap Sam. This is Cap Sam, and that's actual Falcon. Right, the other Falcon. There is no Falcon anymore. Yeah, you have Joaquin. If they're keeping Shang-Chi on the Wreckage Time, I can see Shang-Chi and Doctor Strange team up, especially if they use Clea and explore Dark Dimension. Well, and remember Shang-Chi, right? Shang-Chi at the end of his movie went to the Sorcerer Supreme. That was what Wong went and collected him, right? At the very end of the movie. There, Shang-Chi, we need you. That was what happened. So I think that's where they will go with that. And I think Shang-Chi will probably be a new character. I don't think we'll use old Shang-Chi. I think we'll use Ten Rings Shang-Chi. Hopefully. I'm hoping for Ten Rings Shang-Chi. Since he now has the 10 rings, I'd rather see Shang-Chi join another team if they rework him. I wouldn't be surprised if they came with the Doom MCU version. They were going to lead Kang, but now we're lost. Right. Shang-Chi was a pretty cool character back in the day. I just think Ten Rings Shang-Chi is a cool character, which I hope they lean into. I think he could have some really cool animations in the game. He had such cool fight scenes with the rings, and I think they can lean into that. So that'll be pretty cool. And I think here's where I'm kind of leaning with this right now. I don't think this team is not going to be a part of the Doom Saga. I think a lot of these characters are going to get touched in the Spider-Man world. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. And I think that the Doom portion of it will focus more on like this team and maybe some of these characters, and they're going to kind of pivot towards the right and the left of this poster. I think. We'll see. So you're saying you think this has something to do with Spider-Man? I think Spider-Man plays a role, but I don't know to what degree. Spider-Man is interesting. I think the Spider-Man variants play a role. So I pay attention to the rumors a little bit, probably too much. And I believe the Spider-Man, there are cameos for a bunch of Spider-Man characters. He hasn't seen Morbius. I don't think Morbius will get touched this year. So we'll see what happens. Overall, I'm pretty excited. And I'm betting some of the things that they chose to do in the strike spot were intentional because of the Doom movie, right? This is teasing for like the next quarter. Probably. Also, them teasing Colossus might be them teasing Magic Breaker, because I think they're probably related. Most likely. I have a feeling Colossus and Magic Breaker go together when they actually do those two characters. I think. I have no idea what what they do with Kestrel though. And what they actually like. What is that character going to look like? What is it going to do?
Has 10 right now.
There's a lot of question marks there. It's a really odd character to want to bring back. Minions are not very strong. Oof. I say that. Minions might be really strong here in a minute. Be completely real. It doesn't fix Annihilus. Let's just start there. But we might be entering this world of minions might be strong soon. We also printed Darkstar, which might have been an attempt to create that. No, that's not who I want. Oh wait, missed that Mister. Mr. Negative is minions, right? Mr. Negative is minions. Doc Ock is minions. We might be about to print some minions. Or buff some minions. Also, minions play well into PvE content. We're kind of focusing on PvE content right now. Also, it seems like they're trying to update about a game mode a quarter. Hold up. I need a picture. I want to go reread. When did they say stuff was? Battle World and Alliance Plus and more and more. You guys want to hear a hot take that might be what's happening? I wonder if Arena is actually the end more right here. And I wonder if Crucible goes here. because it feels like what's going on, and this probably plays into why Crucible feels like booty right now, right? The reason I think these modes feel like booty, because I think the PvP team has been tasked with go away defeat. I know I lost and lost. No, I got demoted. No, I suck. Wah wah wah. I have a feeling that the PvP team has been deemed of role of reworked all the PvP modes. War was first. Arena might have already been almost done. It might have been a smaller project. Crucible might be the third one. And it makes sense because Crucible's probably was the most refined one going into this, which might be why that they've really toned back and gone to this standard room mechanic and nonsense, because they've been hard at work doing things, right? Here's me cooking. Maybe that this stuff is way further along than we think, which kind of gets exciting, to be honest. Brown ISO 599 for 3 crystals. I like using Minerva, Vulture, Mordo alongside summoners. I mean, the new war name on the video top says Arachnophobia. Does it really? I missed that. They will make Crucible leagues like War. They just doing War first. Yeah, I think so too. Walking Hate. Well, maybe more. They may do more than that. I have a feeling they're cooking. If they're putting resources to update the boats, I can live with 2 seasons more with form room rules. Me too. 100% Ashanti. Like, I honestly hope that the arena thing is closer than we think. That's kind of what I'm hoping right now. You haven't actually watched the video, have you? You may want to. What are you talking about, Cross? What video are we talking about that I need to watch? I'm down to watch stuff if we got stuff. I'm getting hyped. Yeah, me too, Ashanti. I think there's some really cool stuff coming down the pipeline. The one you've been scrubbing. Yo, yeah, we've watched it. We watched it early. We watched it and kind of been going through it back and forth. There's a video you should run screaming from. So many DMs tonight. I honestly don't even remember this post-credit scene. We'll open it and watch it anyways. Let's open it. What do we got here? Oh, do we need a PvE?
Thanks
Oh,
for
this is the
meeting me,
Vulture
Doc.
scene.
I've been reading about you.
I'm listening.
I'm not sure how I got here. Has to do with Spider-Man, I think. I'm still figuring this place out, but I think a bunch of guys like us should team up. Could do some good.
Intriguing.
Interesting. I forgot about that one. Morbius coming. I just don't see it. Don't see it, guys. He said intriguing, not interesting. No, we're not getting Morbius. I don't think we're getting Morbius. I think we're getting Mr. Negative. I think we're getting summons. I think Kestrel is a character designed to counter them down the road. Probably. So Scorpion Vulture team up at least? I don't think so. I think Vulture has his lane. I don't think they're going to touch Vulture again. With him being on the Insidious 6 team. Now, am I saying Vulture can't play with Scorpion? Probably. He probably has a chance, being honest. Vulture's pretty dang good. But I don't think... I think Scorpion's gonna, like, have a different lane. Any characters worth upgrading right now for the Breaker event, or will you not know until it starts? I wouldn't do it until it starts, Grimmick. I would just wait. There's a lot of unknown right now, and it depends on how, like, flush you are on resources. Like, if you have your Exalted ready and you're... But honestly, like, I'm not upgrading anything right now. I'm just waiting. I need to go play, like... We didn't play any gameplay today. Just kind of bad, because I still have stuff to do. Let's go in game for a little bit. I need to at least... I hope they announce the characters this week. It's probably too early. There's so many cool characters coming. Like, the Eternals coming is freaking cool. And knowing Hyperion is not part of the team makes me happy. Means that we're getting 3 good characters. We know we're getting Gilgamesh. I hope... Okay, what 3 Eternals do you guys want? Let's ask that question. Which 3 Eternals do you want on the team? For me, it's Faustus. I want the tech guy. And I wouldn't mind Athena. The Speedster. Makari. Gilgamesh, Athena, Makari. Star Fox. Pamela Anderson. Oh my Lanta. So, Walking hates voting for Athena. Kingo. I wouldn't mind Ajax. I think Ajax would be cool. There's so many that I think would be cool. We getting Pip the Troll. Would we? She's probably possible. Or I think they're possible. Angelina Jolie, 100%. No more skill tech gear. I want what skill gear? I think we're getting Faustus. Who do you think would be skill? Do you think any of them would be skill? I guess Angelina Jolie's their character might be skill, right? Well, I forget that character's name, but you know, Athena. I could see her being skill. Whether they'd do it, probably they'd make her bio. What? Or what? Wasn't Icarus and Cersei Mystic? Mystic. You ready for an all Mystic team? You ready to get 3 more Mystic characters instead? Oh, I have to up. Oh, I have problems, guys. I haven't T4'd like. Did I tell you I didn't play during the Eternal era? I'm not caught up on these characters. How can they be skill? I mean, Thanos is skill. Thanos wielding his like Warglaive is skill, so I think anything's possible if they want it. Just being completely real. I need to figure out if I... Okay, I may have to like... I wonder how many T4s I have in bottles. Can we go look at my T4s in bottles? Figure out if I actually have any. Do I have T4s in bottles? Oh, I have 800. Never mind. 800, and this is what gives 3 or 4 or something? Times 3. So I really have like 2400. Okay, we're not doing that bad then. I thought I was worse than I am. That's plenty. Well, is it though, most def? Because technically I have like what, 3 more. There's like 2 teams coming back to back, probably, most likely. Icarus was Damon back in. Stronger Icarus equals a win arena. I don't think Icarus is going to be Damon, personally. We'll see. If they speed Icarus up into Oblivion, I'm scared. That character was quite good. Also, something interesting to note. Whatever teams they make for the reworks for the Breaker team has not been released yet, which is kind of interesting. Golden mats. Oh, I have shit tons of golden mats. I have so much golden training mats right now. Like, I'm so comfy. I have 97 of those, and 76 of those, and 66 of those. Like, I'm comfy. The only thing I'm not comfy on is, like, T4s. I'm less comfy on those, which I could buy that. It doesn't really matter. Like, I need luminary thingies. And Mystic is the gear I'm not comfy on, which makes me even more sad about needing the upgrade Icarus and Cersei. Being completely real. That's the gear I don't have any of. Which probably means that they're all Mystic. Probably means they're all Mystic. Oh, here's some Mystic. Here's some Mystic. You're betting the Eternal. That would make Cersei quite good. Probably. I do think they're going to start printing that, and it may be... I don't know if they've hit critical mass yet where they're going to do that. I hope it's soon. Personally, I think the game's more fun when you have rewinds and stuff. I'm not speculating with Terror Creds. I'm just literally buying everything. I have 20 days to empty it, and I'm at 1.4 million. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I'm literally just buying it and coring. The only thing I'm looking for is Toxin. But I think my Toxin's close to max, right? He should be. Maybe I need a few more shards. How many do you get from the Battle Pass when I buy it? To a 4. I mean, I'm going to go back to doing the exact same thing, Ashanti. Unless there's something I like particularly like need a lot of, I'm going to just hoard for next season because I already don't need stuff, right? Unless they're going to put Gear Tier 21 there. Rachel should be in the store this week. I don't know if I'd buy Rachel. Because Rachel should have a Battle Pass soon. I'm already 5-star. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't thought about that yet. She does have a Battle Pass soon. Been data mined. They're still giving me this stuff. I don't need it. Stop it. Stop giving me currency. Featuring Rachel Cole. It's the one after the Toxin one. So this is the new split leaderboard. Huh. We'll have to watch this tomorrow. I'm curious how this plays out. How did they do stuff this time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus, okay, there's 20 slots, 50 slots, 100 slots, 200 slots. Where can you find that website that Boomer uses? Isn't that someone's in chat? It isn't public yet. I have kinks to work out, and it'll be public after. Technically, I can show it. I think you gave me access to it, right, Magnetic? I think I can show it too. You guys are wanting to see stuff. I just haven't logged into it yet. So I'll try to be better about showing stuff for you guys. We'll work on that. I really do appreciate you doing that kind of stuff, Magnetic. It's really awesome. I wonder if people are actually split here. Like, it doesn't look like you're split, right? These rewards look like you're not split. 200 spots. We'll have to figure out if there's another leaderboard. Gonna be interesting. I have a 5-diamond executioner. I'm skipping that leaderboard. I wish I had a 5-diamond executioner. My executioner blows. I have like a 1-diamond executioner that's not even online. Didn't I already do this? I guess not. Man, there's so much to do this week that I really need to work on. This was a super fun day, by the way, guys. Like, we kind of nailed it as far as like things going on. So much going on today. Your executioner blows? How much does he charge? Oh, man. I have 3, both of them, but I'm skipping it too. You're excited for the new raid team? Oh, the new raid? We'll see. I hope the new raid's good. Can't be worse than the ones we have currently, let's put it that way. Right? I find it so fun. Like, I'm still stuck on the fact that we figured out that Hyperion's not buffed and not a part of the team. Meanwhile, everyone else called it a part of the team. I think that's kind of hilarious. Oh, we have Battle World this week. Ugh. How's everybody feel about doing Battle World this week? You guys excited? Anybody get their paperweight? Battle World might actually be worse than the last iteration. Speaking of, if you don't get rewards, it don't feel very fun. We have this cool mode called Battle World. So I want those shards. I haven't unlocked them, so I want those shards. I got good news for you, Shanti. You're not missing much. Maestro feels not good. I'm not excited with what they did to him. I actually enjoy the Maestro fight, though. I think the fight's kind of fun. Like, the Maestro fight and doing the kills and score counting and all that stuff, I actually enjoy that. Do I enjoy it because you figure out because the mechanics are good? Oh, the mechanics aren't that good. I just enjoy scoring on it, and trying to put up a high score. Like, I don't hate the, like, mechanism, like, doing that stuff. Yeah, you found the X team, I'll be honest. You kind of gave us the idea and we kind of ran with it. You already had the idea. The X team definitely helped a lot. I don't know. I think Maestro was worse. I'm having a hard time, like, comparing. Like, we did Sentry, right? And Sentry wasn't bad in Battle World. Sentry was horrible outside of Battle World. But then you compare, like, the Sentry we just got to Maestro, and Maestro feels great. Because Sentry felt horrible. Kind of funny. And honestly, I don't think I hate Battle World if it wasn't for the fact that they just made Maestro, like, useless. Sentry was fine. They completely changed it. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Play raids with Mighty Blade. Okay, I did use Julia. What's this? What did I just do? Wait a second. Hold up. There's Iron Man shards. What does this mean? What are we getting in here? We have Iron Man, a Spider-Man costume, which looks like every other Spider-Man we have. What is different in it? Wait, what? It's not even here. I'm confused. Oh, this is Riot's release. Ooh, nice. Except I maxed them already. Oops! Never mind. We have Miles. That's interesting. Hawkeye. Why would we be giving away Hawkeye? Venom, Cap makes sense. Ghost Spider's on. It was in the background, right? Makes sense. Noir's part of the show. Also could be a rework. I wouldn't be surprised. Black Widow. I don't know. Weaver could be a rework this soon. I wouldn't be surprised. Are we about to switch to Mystic? I don't think that's true, Gurmick. I wonder if we're about to switch to Mystic. Like, Scorpion makes sense. He's part of the movie. Ronan's part of the new team. Like, they're kind of doing some stuff, right? Getting your Cole and getting your Ronan kind of helps you unlock, like, gets you at the Omen team almost, right? Thor might be for a team soon. I bet you these characters are not selected because of nothing, right? Why would you pick some of these characters and not some of the others? What if I saw all the beta images and decided we're getting a new MSF original team called Scopel next? Talks of West Coast Avengers with Wasp, Janet, and Data Mines. Isn't he, like... Well, I don't think all of these are rework characters. Like, he's already... This is a new player catch-up character, right? We know he's on the champion team. This is on the Omen team. Probably not a rework, right? This is part of the symbiote team. Probably not a rework. This is not a part of anything. This is not a part of anything yet, but probably going somewhere. This is not a part of anything. Probably going somewhere. This is not a part of anything. I'm wondering if he's something soon, but I don't really know. Noir has a show which could be something, but I don't know. Black Widow is a part of Infestation. Again, I don't know. Like, there's a few characters in here that kind of catch me scratching my head, right? This could be some Doomsday promotions, but I don't get that impression. And I don't think a lot of these characters are in the movie, right? Scorpion's in the movie. She might be in the movie, but I don't think she is. The rest of these aren't in the movie. So, could be in some more rumory stuff. What's in this orb? Everything is a rework Ashanti. Literally everything. Hold up, who's in here? Ooh, chance to get toxin shards. Chance to get... Ooh, there's actually pulls for me in here. Let's go. That's pretty cool. I want to open these orbs. Give me something good. Toxin. I'll take it. That's not useless. Oh, it webbed your screen. Are the reworks hiding? Who's in here? Mr. Negative. Anyone think he's a rework? Kingpin? Also called him out as a rework. Are they? Which Sinister Six are in here? Hold on. We have the Robot, Shocker, Mysterio, Lizard, Raven. You just checked you have a 4-diamond execution, you forgot you had it. That's funny. What villains are in here? Are we about to get the stupid Spider Slayer? So are there 2 characters per team in here? Hold on. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 symbiotes. There's 6 symbiotes. Insidious has 3 members. 1, 2, 3. Web Warriors has 1, 2, 3. Spider Society has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tangled Web has 3. I saw all of them. And Underworld has 2. Spider Slayer was in the story mission. I don't know. One, we know Mr. Negatives for sure. I think this is where the Sinister Six characters lie. I think we can actually like limit. I think we got information on which Sinister Six members are getting reworked here. I think I'm gonna rule out these 2. I think they're out. I'm not counting them. I think he's a possibility. I think the OGs are here. 1, 2, 3, 4 potentially reworks. Not all of them. 2 of them. I don't know which 2 though. Electro is not here, by the way. Who do we think is the rework? I kind of think it's Rhino. Because he's here. I didn't think he would be. I kind of think it's Rhino. Kingpin? I think Kingpin's for sure. I think he's a guaranteed. These are the 2 I think are locks. I think it's Mr. Negative Kingpin. I don't know the other ones. I think it's Rhino and something else. Which Rhino potentially, you're hoping Mysterio. Mysterio plays into the bot theory in making minions. I don't know if he's the guy. Kraven also has the new animation. I don't know. Super interesting. I do think that's this orb has leaks in it. Scorpion, Rhino, Mysterio, Kingpin, Mr. Negative would be disgusting. Although, where are they fitting all the minions? I mean, that would be just like an Underworld team. Could you imagine? That's like basically an Underworld team right there, Astrodon. It's not much different. It's a pretty freaking gross, like, very good team, by the way. Mr. Negative AoEing. Scorpion probably AoEs. Rhino charges and removes blind. Mysterio stops all of immunity, right? And puts blinds out. Rhino kind of has like effects with blind, right? Could be interesting, which could speed him up. Kind of an interesting combination already. Oxen too, maybe. I honestly think that the team's gonna feel like Underworld. I almost guarantee it feels like Underworld. I think it's gonna be a combination of two teams combined that feels like Underworld. Oh, we got a purple. Ooh, that's the good side. Ooh, we got another purple. That's the bad side. Gold. Fuck. You fucking hate you. Check out Symbiote Spidey. Is that electricity new? Hmm? We know Symbiote Spidey soon. He's had his little, like, they've been teasing him for a while. Where's my Symbiote Spidey? Yes. That is new. 100% that's new. He's now like this little like symbiote crawling over him. 100% that's new, guys. I want to look at Web Warriors. All of the Web Warriors were in there, right? We've now reworked 2 of these characters. She was called out on the trailer. She flares her claw now. Is that new? I don't remember her doing that. I didn't think she did anything. Do it again. There she goes. She pops her collar. She pops her hood. I feel like that's new. We can go check Carnage. We can check the symbiotes too. We'll go look at them. It means there's more symbiotes coming. I don't think these 2 are new. I do think she's new though. I think she's got a new home coming. Okay, symbiote. Let's go look through them. Start with Scream. Do anything new? You don't feel like it. We looked at you. How about you? Doesn't feel like it. Please? Still feels pretty old. Pretty sure he did that? Did he do all this, guys? I don't remember him doing all this. Yes. The Ghost Spider's not new either. Okay. I'm down with that. I don't remember her doing that. That's why I was asking. I think she did all that. I feel like the symbiote Spidey is, but that's just me. I don't remember him like having like what looks like sperm crawling all over him. Like, I mean, it looks new to me. Angles just making it weird. We'll look at his butt. Miss Hyde would be proud. Look, it goes up his butt. I'm, I'm totally telling Miss Hyde that next time. I'm like, go look at Symbiote Spider-Man, go look at his butt. It's newish to the lighting effect? Okay. That's sometimes what happens too, that makes sense. Look at Symbiote Spider-Man. There's sperm on his butt. Oh, she would instantly go look at that. Oh my Lanza. We're ridiculous. You guys are bad influence. Alright guys. It's been a fun night. I think we're about to call it though. I appreciate everybody that hung out. A lot of cool things going on. I need to work on slides and things and whatnot. And I think we're kind of winding down. I think we found some cool stuff. I think Mr. Negative's for sure a rework. Icarus and Cersei are reworked. I'm pretty excited for the war changes. I'm more excited for the arena sneak peek. And I think the 2 new teams are going to be fun, right? And I look forward to whatever other. Also, they said there's another strike spot coming that is brand new day related, which means we should get more information soon about whatever else is coming down the pipeline, right? So overall, I'm really excited to see Scopely building hype for their game. And it seems like they're doing it around the chapter launch, which is great. I'm loving seeing some of the direction they're going with some of this stuff. I think they're making good headway, and I hope they continue it. So, oh my Lanta. Who's on, anyways? We have a Badger with a bajillion hours played. Let's send you guys the Badger. What's Badger up to? Definitely not the sleepy person. Yeah, we'll send you guys the Badger. He's doing marble-y thingies. And doing stuff and things. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Definitely probably catch you tomorrow, and we'll see what comes up.